Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm here to introduce our first talk of the day. It is a fireside with Colorado Attorney General Phil Weiser, moderated by Yev Muchnick, the legal counsel for ETHDenver since its inception and founding partner of Launch Legal.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Good morning, everyone. I know we had some wild events last night at Meow Wolf, so I think some people are still coming to this morning. But I'm incredibly honored to be here on stage with my good friend, colleague, Phil Weiser, who's Attorney General for Colorado and running for governor for Colorado. Phil is an attorney, but not just a regular attorney. He is one of the good guys. He thinks out of the box, he's pro-innovation, and he's come out as pro-crypto, and that's exactly what we need here in Colorado and nationally as well. Phil was the founder of Silicon Flatirons 20 years ago, and that is a combination of law and technology out of Boulder. Phil was a professor of law at the University of Colorado Law School, and also took some time out to advise President Obama on innovation and technology. So Phil has an incredibly impressive background and resume. I believe you were a clerk for RBG as well.
I was.
Which is just amazing. So Phil is exactly the kind of person that fits in Colorado at ETHDenver and really has our best interest in mind. Phil, you know, you've been in the technology ecosystem for over 25 years, and long before crypto was around. So as you walk into ETHDenver, what's new, what's different, and
let me offer
your reflections?
a few reflections, because I've been thinking a lot about this. I was just at a conference where we were looking at artificial intelligence, and I've thought back. My career starts in the mid-90s when the internet's getting started, and I spend my whole career at the intersection of law, technology, entrepreneurship. When the internet started, the optimism was off the charts. Blockchain comes along, and I start hearing about it, and a friend of mine, Brad Burnham, is a venture capitalist, and Brad's theory of the case, which I still think is underappreciated, is that blockchain is open architecture in a hardwired way. And what happened with the internet, where you get these major companies, think Google, for example, that ends up being a gatekeeper. Brad's point is that's not going to happen with blockchain. Blockchain, you can build your products and services, and you're not going to have these gatekeepers building monopolies that, in effect, move the internet from what it once had this promise of, this open, democratizing, creative engine, to now we have these major companies, Google, Meta, to name a couple, who have dominant positions and who have been able to do things that we look back and we're like, there were some dark sides there too. And so as we look at this moment, we have now both the still critical excitement about innovation and this nation being a leader. We have some challenges with our federal government, not welcoming scientific research, making it inhospitable for immigrants to come here, which has always been part of our innovation story. And we have a challenge with respect to people have now seen the dark side of the internet as they look at blockchain and crypto, as they look at artificial intelligence. I think there's now an understandable concern, hey, how's this going to work out?
So from your perspective, what are early signs, from a regulator's perspective, what are early signs that a disruptive technology needs guardrails? And more speaking to consumer protection versus protectionism.
Well, I wanted to get to both sides, so let me talk about that. There are two risks, and I worry about both of them. One risk is you don't have any responsible regulatory protections and consumers get taken advantage of and see a technology as harmful or untrustworthy. Another risk is the incumbents are acting in a protectionistic way And they push regulations with the goal of preventing disruptive entrants. Let me talk for a minute about one of the applications that I know you've been talking about this week and we'll continue talking about. The credit card industry, there are firms with market power who charge these, settlement fees. And if you talk to merchants about how much they're paying for these fees, surcharges, it's one of their pain points. If they've got the chance to move to an alternative payment system where there's much less friction, much less cost, there's more competition, they're excited. What we don't want to have happen is we don't want those promising entrants to be thwarted because incumbents make it impossible to enter. That's the protectionistic side. At the same time, if shady companies are operating in ways where their business model is to mistreat people, then that's going to give the whole sector a bad look. We need to figure out how, when you have whatever rules of the road, they can be complied with in a sensible way. They can make sure that companies are being responsible, and they can build trust in the marketplace.
You talk about Colorado needing to signal its commitment to innovation through policy choices. Things like proportional regulation, payment experimentation, openness to new ownership structures, which we've done here with SporkDAO and using the Colorado cooperative structure to house our DAO.
You should give a little bit of a commercial announcement here.
Yeah,
we've done is not giving you enough credit.
Thank you. So SporkDAO is one of the most innovative DAO structures, and we're using the Colorado Limited Cooperative Association framework, which lends to kind of a decentralized governance style. So by attending ETHDenver, by speaking, by sponsoring, by building, hacking, you become a member, and that is sort of your patronage activity. And we tokenize that patronage activity, and then when there's a surplus, there's a distribution. So SporkDAO made its first distribution last year, which is something that you don't hear about for a free conference, to come to a free conference and then to be rewarded for that. So this is what it's about. It's about user ownership. And here we have in Colorado the framework, this unique framework to make it so. I'm incredibly proud of that.
Let's keep riffing on this. There are different forms of ownership, and often people think about corporate ownership in this top-down, a few people make all the decisions, get all the wealth, control it. What Colorado and other states can do is say, we are open for another model of innovation. We welcome experimentation. And we're a really entrepreneurial state. We're willing to try things. We're one of the first states who has naturalized medicine, which is developing promising therapies for people who are experiencing trauma. We have said we want you to be able to pay your taxes in
crypto.
Pay crypto. California got there first, but they've taken actually some of their title records and put them on blockchain. So my mindset is always, how can we be innovators? How can we take advantage of emerging technologies? One thing I want to do when I'm governor is make sure we've got a chief innovation officer who's leveraging these opportunities to engage the public. When open source development was getting going, there was this great saying, with enough eyeballs, all bugs are shallow. And so you take something and you put it on blockchain and you get people inspecting it, you may have fraud detection that you otherwise wouldn't have had. And so there's some interesting opportunities for us to explore. I welcome the engagement of the community, and I believe Colorado can and should be a national leader.
And it is already. So you're candid about the frustration caused by enforcement first approaches at the federal level. From a state perspective, what lessons should we take from that period about how not to regulate emerging technology?
I assume everyone here gets the reference, and it is, to me, still inexplicable how a regulator, in this case the SEC, can play gotcha with businesses. What government needs to be able to do is say, we want to tell you in advance, this is the rules of the road. Here is what we think responsible conduct looks like, and have a mindset of how can we help you comply. If government instead says, we're not going to tell you what the rules are, we're going to go after you and tell you what the rules are after the fact and play gotcha, I think that is a problem from an innovation perspective. It's a problem from what lawyers think about as due process, which is treating people fairly. And it's obviously a way to build distrust in government. Here's how you build trust, and I want to give you a specific example. We had a law that we developed in our office called the Colorado Privacy Act. We told people up front, we're thinking about doing this, what do you think? Had lots and lots of conversations. It passes unanimously in our state Senate. We then have to develop regulations. We put out questions up front, what are your concerns? We develop the rules of the road, and part of what we do is develop what I'm going to call a principle-based approach, not a prescriptive. Here's an example. And by the way, we say, in order for this law to apply, you have to have 100,000 customer records. We want to leave room for upstarts to build up their businesses, not worrying about compliance. And when you get to that, you do something called a data protection assessment. You ask, how much data are you collecting? Who has access to it? How are you storing it? How are you securing it? How long do you keep it? Businesses should all be asking these questions. We say you have to do this. We don't say how you have to do this. We don't prescribe, use specific technologies that can become outdated, for example. And finally, what I've said, our goal is to enable compliance, to coach people. We've had a right to cure period for a number of years, not to play this type of gotcha. That's the way government should operate, so people feel like, okay, you're treating me fairly. Okay, this makes sense. And I can be an innovator. That's the model I want us to follow in Colorado. That's the model we should follow nationally.
So would you support some kind of a sandbox?
We, in effect, that's what we did by having this threshold. So the idea, I think, of a sandbox as it's really important for upstarts to have room to develop, not having burdens right away. And how we can make sure that laws are keeping that space like the Colorado Privacy Act does, I think is an important principle. I want the message to be, if you're an innovator, whether it's in crypto, whether it's in AI, whether it's in biotech, Colorado's a place to be, because we're going to support you both with the right legal environment, but also the right cultural environment. And I want to come back, more props to you on this. You've worked with this community with the mindset, how do we help each other?
Exactly.
That's what makes Colorado so special. I want to make sure we're leveraging that.
Yeah, and even our current regulators. So in speaking with Governor Polis and the Securities Commissioner here, Tung Chan, we've had numerous conversations on how not to be over prescriptive with an emerging technology, right? Boxing it up and not making it kind of a living, breathing instrument that allows people to kind of blur the lines, but at the same time, having guidance as to what's possible and what's not. I think that's sort of the ethos that we'd like to see continued here, and I'm confident that that's exactly what you would do as governor. Well,
and Yev, you have been such a leader and a translator. I know for entrepreneurs, sometimes thinking about public policy, talking to people like a securities commissioner is not what they want to do, but it's really important to have that dialogue ahead of time so that a government official who does securities can say, here are my concerns, what do you think? And then the community can say, okay, I can understand that, how about you do it this way? Bad public policy is when you don't have that dialogue, when you don't have people like you forging those conversations, and then people adopt these rules having no idea what their effect is. Those people who are affected are like, man, these people in government suck. It feels like they're trying to put me out of business.
Exactly.
There's a right way to do this. You've done that. We've done that in Colorado. We got to keep building on that.
So, there's a lot of activity at the federal level at the moment, and we are hoping for clarity to come through at some point, the market structure bill, to give us a little bit more guidance on what is a security, what is a commodity. A lot of us heard Paul Atkins and Commissioner Peirce speak. So there seems to be a positive future, right? A number of us have gone through these epochs, through these bear and bull and current bear market, and do have a little bit of PTSD. So we really want to be able to trust our regulators. We really want to understand that there's some kind of positivity coming out from the federal level, but also that it trickles down to the state level, right? And some of these specifics that you've spoken about, I think, affect Colorado residents, but not just Colorado residents. Like, for example, again, going back to this LCA, non-Colorado residents can take benefit of this structure. So I think that we have sort of more broader reach, even at the state level, to non-resident participants.
And I want Colorado to be a leader nationally in how we forge these frameworks. I also really don't want crypto to become a partisan issue. This has to be an American innovation policy issue. This has to be how can we take this opportunity, which, as I mentioned earlier, is incredibly promising, and enable entrepreneurs to thrive, enable consumers to benefit, and build a stable environment. The challenge of the world we're in right now is there's so much, everything gets labeled blue or red. And in Colorado, we've got a wonderful spirit of, can we all just be purple and not view the world in that way, learn from one another, respect one another, and that spirit of collaboration and problem solving is something that I get a lot of strength from and lean into.
Yeah. So some parting words, if you could give advice to builders in the room. We have a lot of builders at this ETHDenver in how to engage with regulators early on. What would that be?
You actually answered the question. And I know for many of you building your business, it's like, I don't have time for this. So find the Yev in your world who can help be a guide. And what Yev said is so important. Take the time you can to get to know the regulator, the person who might oversee your business, before you're facing whatever situation might later emerge. When you can get to know someone and build a relationship before you're in the middle of a situation, you're setting yourself up for better conversations down the road, because someone's getting to know you, getting to know your business, and then they're going off of a place of knowledge and trust as opposed to ignorance and perhaps distrust.
Thank you, Phil, so much. I'm truly honored to be sitting next to you. I know I've supported you through your AG campaigns and re-elections. One thing I can say without reservation and on video forever is Phil is a person of his word. Whatever he says, he does. And he's got such incredible foresight and commitment to this great state of Colorado, to entrepreneurs, to innovators. I'm really lucky to be sitting here next to him, to have him as our AG, and really hoping that he becomes our next governor. So
Yeah, it means a lot. I want to say, final piece of advice. Some people may be so smart they can figure out how they can tell different people different things and keep track of it. My advice is, tell the truth. You don't have to remember what to say. So that's one. The second point is, build these relationships. And you've been great bringing together entrepreneurs, people into my world, which is enriching. You're a gem for Colorado. For those of you who aren't from Colorado and are thinking about future places you might want to build your businesses, keep us in mind. This is a special entrepreneurial community. The culture here is one that has continued to be celebrated. In fact, I'm going to post some remarks from this conversation that I want to be able to share more broadly. In there will be a link to a recent study saying Colorado is the top place for entrepreneurs to build companies in the United States. So please check it out. Consider Colorado. Thank you all for your time. Thank you so much,
Thank
Yev.
you so much. Thank you.
want to say thank you to Yev and Phil Weiser for opening us up today. We're going to move on to our next talk, which is Why Policy Needs Cypherpunks by Samuel Jacques Cloutier from Hash Directorships.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for coming. And kudos to the organizers for being willing to put a talk with a slide like this after the Attorney General and before the White House. I think that's great. Most of you here have likely never heard about the FATF, the OECD, or CARF before, right? So buckle up, because I'm going to show you how they're responsible for the billions you have to spend on KYC and compliance and the erosion of your privacy and what to do about it. But first, let's lay some groundwork. I'm sure most of you here have heard this quote before. It's from the Cypherpunk Manifesto from 1993. Governments wanted to ban encryption for private use, and the cypherpunks fought back. They didn't care what the governments wanted. They knew what was right, and they fought for it with code. Just imagine how the internet would look like today if we couldn't use encryption. We owe a huge debt to the people who pushed back. Sometimes pushing back's necessary. I was a subject matter expert for the Cayman Islands government for digital asset services for the last 7 years, and I developed the regulatory framework there. I helped draft well over 20 pieces of legislation responsible for implementing KYC, AML, and global standards. Laws that allow governments to supervise and regulate, laws that give governments more power over people like you and me. I led those projects to stop criminals, to stop bad people from abusing honest people. I did it for all the right reasons. But as I became more experienced doing policy, I noticed a few concerning issues and decided to speak up about them when I left the government a few months ago. Policy is what leads to laws. It's the process of taking a problem, an issue, and translating it into an actionable solution like a law. Ideally, the needs of the population should lead the development of new policy. Citizens need something, and people like me would find ways to fulfill that need. The citizens impacted by the laws then provide feedback to the lawmakers, and the system revises the laws. That's the legislative policy cycle. When I joined the government to draft policy, that's what I thought I'd be doing. But the first day when I joined the civil service, I was asked if I knew what the FATF was. I had no idea what it was at the time, but it quickly became the primary driving factor for my career for the next 7 years. The Financial Action Task Force is a global standard-setting body that defines the standards for anti-money laundering that are applied around the world. It maintains and manages 40 standards for KYC and AML. The US had a large role to play in the creation of the FATF back in the late 80s. The Bank Secrecy Act was actually a template used for the initial standards, and now that law and others implement the FATF standards here in the US. Global bodies like the FATF centralize and harmonize policies around the world. Global harmonization has its advantages. It ensures all countries play by the same rules. It enforces cooperation and information sharing. Harmonization also facilitates enforcement. Problem is, though, it also has its drawbacks. Once a global standard becomes the baseline, deviation's difficult, dampening innovation. Decisions also shift from elected bodies to supranational forums that are harder for citizens to scrutinize and influence. Global standards are one size fits all. That can create unintended side effects for smaller or differently structured jurisdictions. Remember the policy development process? Well, let's throw in a global standard-setting body in there, like the FATF, for fun. Let's assume there's a need to change a law that implements one of the FATF standards, like the Bank Secrecy Act. Like before, the needs identified and communicated to the policy development process. They, however, now need to ensure compliance with the global standards, so they send a delegate to the FATF plenary. In the plenary, the 40-member jurisdictions listen to proposed change, and in turn then must take the proposal back to their countries for their policy teams to review. The policy teams review the proposal, make changes and suggestions, and then go back to the FATF. The feedback typically revises the intended proposal because each of those countries have different laws, values, and objectives. The new policy is then implemented in all the countries. The result is a new law is passed different than what you originally wanted, and you had very little input in the policy process. Sometimes the needs come directly from the FATF, bypassing you altogether. I don't know about you, but this really is concerning for me. Policy should always come from the local citizens, not foreign entities. But doesn't the US control the FATF? In the FATF, decisions are made by consensus. Every country's vote is equal, so countries like China, South Africa, or Brazil, or EU countries have equal say when decisions are made. The president of the FATF sets priorities for his or her term. Countries like China can shape technical outputs by staffing, drafting, chairing, and coalition building in working groups. Many think the FATF standards ensure criminals are caught and prevented from spending their proceeds, right? Well, probably, maybe. I have three principal issues with the FATF. One, it centralizes policy development away from the countries themselves and removes accountability of lawmaking from those who are actually impacted by those laws, you. Secondly, member countries have vastly different understandings of due process, different cultures, and different respect for human rights. That means countries are able to export norms which may be foreign to us, like surveillance or lack of privacy. Finally, countries are assessed for effectiveness in implementing the standards, but the standards themselves are not assessed for effectiveness. Once a standard's added, it doesn't get removed. Any good project requires a feedback mechanism. You release an app, it doesn't bring in revenue, you change the app. The last time something was removed from the FATF standards was in 2012, and it was really minor. Either the recommendations and the AML standards are perfect and highly effective, or nobody's dared to assess and revise them. In fact, the FATF process revises standards constantly, but to add to them, not to remove or revoke. There's a deeper problem with the standards themselves too. The entire AML infrastructure bends the long-established principle of criminal justice, innocent until proven guilty. If we're presumed innocent, why do banks frequently hold wires we receive and ask for us to prove and show they aren't the proceeds of a crime? In the eyes of anti-money laundering, we aren't presumed innocent. We're presumed of being capable of demonstrating the absence of criminality. What this means is that there's an inherent assumption that every dollar that goes through your account is the potential proceed of a crime, and that we're capable of proving that it isn't. Essentially, AML is about proving a negative, something that's logically impossible. If you ask the FATF, though, that hold on your account is a preventative measure. So it doesn't impede your rights at all. In practice, though, it sure seems like our money is being held without due process. Criminals will always find ways to make and spend money. And you could be one of those criminals. You certainly can't prove you aren't. The standards will have to keep growing in complexity and number until a point where institutions have perfect information on what we do and who we are. Even then, they still won't be 100% sure we're not criminals. The standards will never catch all criminals. It's impossible. And the more the standards grow, the more you and I, honest people, have to carry the burden of complying. I'm a governance professional. I live by compliance. And I'd easily defend the position that my country, the Cayman Islands, is amongst the most compliant and transparent jurisdictions in the world. Cayman takes compliance very seriously, and so do I. The problem isn't compliance or following laws or catching criminals. It's blindly following a set of standards that are based on a shaky presumption and which don't get regularly reviewed for effectiveness. Good governance means implementing policies that are effective, policies that yield results. FATF standards have a real cost to our society. They impose a regulatory burden, cause friction and inefficiencies, and they erode due process and privacy for honest people. Any good governance model has that feedback mechanism. If the app you created doesn't bring in users, then you redesign it, you improve it, and that's how your app gets better. Policy is no different. Remove the feedback mechanism and policy never improves. Maybe it's time for us to look at how AML policy is drafted. Maybe it's even time for us to participate in its development. And there's no time like the present. This is the OECD. It's another global standard-setting body like the FATF. Right now, as we speak, it's developing and implementing a new framework which will require every regulated crypto company and some unregulated DeFi protocols in the future to collect your personal information, store it, and send it to tax authorities automatically once a year. Your name, your address, your tax residence, your date of birth, types of tokens you bought or sold or transferred, their values, etc. And don't think DeFi is safe from this framework. Regulated banks have been doing this via the CRS, the Common Reporting Standards, and CARF just seeks to implement this for crypto transfers. But the legislation's been drafted such that it expands definition slightly and potentially include DeFi arrangements like staking, tokenization, lending, wrapping. It includes a test of control, which will be applied to DeFi protocols to see if they're in scope. That test hasn't been formalized yet, but the OECD made its intent clear. CARF will include DeFi in the future. This is being implemented in the US and on a global scale. The Treasury and IRS have an active rulemaking item specifically for CARF and have already written CARF into the logic of the US crypto broker regs. The revised Form 1099 DA that just went live this year is the first initial phase of CARF. If you don't know what a 1099 DA is, please look it up. Were you aware this was being put in place? Did you see the consultation by the OECD in 2023? This is a global standard, so it's harder for us to know about it and participate in its development. It seems to me like we were bypassed in that policy process. I see a lot of really innovative projects doing KYC in a way that preserves privacy here. This new framework, CARF, would completely obliterate your efforts. CARF requires entities to collect data directly, store it, and send it automatically. I don't want to be all doom and gloom. Fact is, there's simple things we can do as a community. For CARF, tighten the scope to only include already regulated entities. Don't expand it to DeFi. The US hasn't signed the master agreement yet, so there's still time. For the FATF, a cost-benefit analysis is long overdue on the AML standards. If the FATF won't assess how effective their standards are, maybe we should. Most importantly, give resources to people whose job it is to actually catch criminals. Imagine if the hundreds of billions spent on compliance went to law enforcement instead. Wouldn't that be more effective than seizing 1.1% of criminal proceeds? Let's shift our focus from blind compliance to actually developing effective policies and practices that catch criminals. Let's review the standards, their costs, and their benefits to society. The goal is catching criminals, not blind compliance. Some say more transparency is the solution. Well then, if we have to bear all for the sake of a minority of criminals, if we have to weaken our cryptography, censor ourselves, or allow authorities to know everything that we're doing, shouldn't that same standard also apply to our governments? I say it's time for another sort of cypherpunk manifesto. Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. We have a very exciting next session. We have Crypto in America Live with the White House's Patrick Witt, co-hosted by Eleanor Terrett, Jacqueline Melanik, and Gerald Gallagher. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Hey, Patrick.
Good morning.
Hey there. Good morning.
How you doing over there?
Doing great, doing great. How are you all in Denver?
Very good, very good. Wish you were here, but we know you have important work to be doing over at the White House with the meeting yesterday. So I think we're going to kick off with talking about that. We did see your tweet this morning, which said that you guys made a lot of progress at the meeting yesterday. So for our audience who may not be familiar, Patrick has been moderating these talks between the crypto industry and the banking industry to try and get some kind of compromise on crypto companies being able to offer stablecoin rewards. And it's been a pretty contentious topic, a bit of a holdup for the Clarity Act, actually. So we'll get into all of that with Patrick. But why don't you tell us what the state of play is now, Patrick? You said there was some progress, but kind of walk us through that meeting yesterday and where do things stand after that?
Yeah, so maybe I'll take an even bigger step back. We were driving towards the markup in January in the Senate Banking Committee, and ultimately that was postponed. This was, I would say, the major issue, but not the only issue that some of the interested parties had raised as something that, from the bank side, they wanted to see stronger language in there, and then from the crypto side, had concerns that some of the language that was being proposed that could potentially be passed as an amendment would be disruptive, didn't have the chance to be properly vetted. So when that postponement occurred, we've stepped in here to try and resolve this issue, working in partnership with Senate Banking to get the parties in the room to talk through this issue. And it is nuanced. There's complexity to it. And bring people together. So we've hosted now, yesterday was the third of these meetings, bringing together representatives from the banking industry and from the crypto industry to, at the first meeting, kind of talk at a high level, what problem are we trying to solve here? Let's appropriately define that. We are not going to revisit Genius in the sense that we're going to reopen that and disrupt rulemaking timelines. But what is that narrow issue that we're trying to solve? And then in the second meeting, fleshing that out a little bit more with some of the texts that have been put out there, the original Section 404 from Senator Scott, and then the various amendments that had been proposed to that. This third meeting yesterday, based on the feedback that we had heard in sessions 1 and 2 and various individual conversations, phone calls and otherwise with the different participants, more one-on-one, we took a stab at incorporating the language and trying to thread the needle between permitting activity-based rewards for stablecoins. We're obviously very bullish on the stablecoin market. The Genius Act was a huge accomplishment for the president, for the country, for the crypto industry overall. We do not want to diminish that or revisit that in a way that would undermine that achievement for what it was. But going after this narrow issue that the banks have raised, and it's not just the banks, it's senators on both sides of the aisle. We heard this from numerous Senate Banking Committee members, Republican and Democrat, and then we also got contacted by a number of senators that aren't even on the Banking Committee who had raised some concerns about this as well. So that was really the moment when we knew we had to step in and address this in a way that satisfies those senators' concerns, but also preserves the core of Genius and allows stablecoins to flourish and become, reach their full potential, because they are an amazing technology and they have importance not only for crypto, but the United States government, the primacy of the United States dollar and global foreign exchange and trade and all the rest of it. So yesterday was a big step forward in the sense that we were getting down to individual text, line by line. I think we've narrowed the issue set considerably and had some clear do-outs for the members to provide some feedback on those areas of the outstanding areas that still need to be resolved. But the field has shrunk considerably on the areas of disagreement.
Patrick, maybe a funny little anecdote, but we heard that there was a strict no phone policy yesterday and that they were put in a lockbox. Can you confirm that?
Not a lockbox, but we wanted to bring the appropriate level of seriousness and decor to the meeting. A number of times, especially when you're going to be walking through text, people can be on their phones, they can get distracted.
Leaking
they
things
get a
to
text
Ellie.
message
Yeah.
from their kid at school, what have you. We wanted people's eyes on the screen, focused on the same sections, everyone there present in the room. And the example that I give is, why do judges wear robes? And up until recently in the UK, why did they wear powdered wigs, right? It kind of sets the tone. You're there to do something serious, and you're expected to pay attention in a way that in some meetings you might not otherwise give that same due level of attention.
Yeah, I'm thankful that those wigs didn't become a part of the legal system here in the States.
About it.
Yeah, we thought
about
about
it. That was an option.
Yeah, no, I'm glad we went a different direction there. So there seem to be two kind of fundamentally opposing viewpoints here. One is obviously from the crypto industry saying that this is anti-competitive, genius is settled law. These same kind of arguments came up with money market funds about deposit flight risk. And then you have the banks on the other side talking about deposit flight and sort of systemic risk to the financial system. How close do you think we are to bringing the two sides together, just crossing the divide from an understanding of what this technology actually is and where we sit from a legislative perspective now?
I'll start by saying this, and I've told this to the participants in every one of the meetings that we've had. My job is to get a bill to the president's desk. Now, that is not a bill at any cost, but understanding that the democratic process works in a way that there's going to have to be compromises, and on all issues, individuals are going to have to give, and depending on their perspective, it might not be perfect, but let's not let perfect be the enemy of the good here. There's a lot of great aspects to this bill, totally separate and apart from the stablecoin issue here. And if we can solve this issue in a way that narrowly addresses the issue that the banks have raised, but also permits stablecoins to be the amazing innovation that they are, and we want to encourage their growth, not only domestically but internationally, then let's keep the overall picture in mind here, and let's see if we can find something that both sides can live with here. So I think we're closer to being able to get a result done than we ever have been on this particular issue. We're also closer to getting this bill done. I think, again, as I mentioned at the onset, leading up to that January 18th markup, this wasn't the only issue that was raised that key stakeholders had issues with, but this really has been the key issue that I believe if we solve this, it's going to start a domino effect here, and I think things could move pretty fast once it's resolved.
Yeah, so you mentioned that you think you're on track for your deadline, which I believe is March 1st, to get the stablecoin issue done. If you can meet that deadline, what's your sort of timeline looking like for a banking committee markup? Obviously, they postponed it January 15th. Are we moving into March? Are we looking at April? What's your target for this new markup for Senate banking now?
It's ultimately going to be Chairman Scott's prerogative. Once we get an agreement here, we'll have to, take it back to the Senate Banking Committee, individual members, walk them through the process and where we landed, and why we landed there and why we think it addresses those concerns. Obviously, with the parties that have participated in this, buying into that compromise, if we can ultimately get there, that's going to make the case a lot easier to go back to those senators and, what does so-and-so think about this? What does the other side think about this? We've brought them in, we've heard their concerns, we've incorporated language here that we believe addresses those concerns. And then from there, the remaining issues on, call it Title I, Title III, Section 505 that have been raised, Senate Banking Committee staff have continued to work on those to make material improvements to those sections. And once done, again, Chairman Scott's prerogative, but we would hope that it's going to be pretty easy to set a markup, given that a lot of these issues have, the text has been out there, they've been fly-specced, and the compromises that have been reached, I think, have proven pretty durable on the other parts of the bill. And then once you pass it out of the Banking Committee, there will be that reconciliation process and getting that floor time on the Senate. So a lot of people have invested a tremendous amount of time into this bill, and I know there is a lot of desire on both sides to advance this and put this bill on the president's desk.
Yeah, Patrick, how are you and the White House feeling about the reconciliation process? I know you mentioned earlier that there's senators who are not on Senate banking, voicing concerns. There's obviously a lot of other things. The House really liked their draft, and of course that has to be part of the process for our audience who hasn't seen the Schoolhouse Rock, just a bill on Capitol Hill. How are you feeling about once we get past that stage, how quickly we can move towards actually getting this legislation on the president's desk?
I would say if there was a silver lining to the markup getting postponed, it was probably the fact that we've had now an additional month and some change here to work on those issues that were going to be addressed and revisited after it was marked up in the banking committee. So the reconciliation process is already taking place somewhat. So hopefully the passage out of banking, there's less to do on the other side of it. I know Senate Banking is coordinating with Senate Ag, and the stakeholders are providing consolidated feedback there. Ultimately, whatever the final product is in banking, there will have to just be some technical changes to make sure that it reconciles, the definitions are the same, and basic housekeeping there. We've also kept in regular touch with the key House members, Chairman Hill, Chairman Thompson, and their staffs to let them know where we are in this process. They've been very helpful. They've made clear that there are certain must-haves that were in the House bill that they want to see preserved, and making clear to us that if those were not there, there's going to be issues in their chamber, and we're fully mindful of that. We respect that, and we're doing our level best to keep every one of those issues addressed to their satisfaction in the bill.
Yeah, I also want to talk to you, Patrick, kind of about the conversation and the timeliness of all this. Obviously, we are at ETHDenver, and there are lots of builders and developers here who have been building in this space for years, arguably without U.S. regulation. So why should they be paying attention to what Washington is doing now, and what would be your message to them in the meantime?
I think the operative word that you used there is builders. At the end of the day, I would start with developer protections in this bill that are very strong. The BRCA, protection of self-custody, and others here. You need clarity that and certainty that regulators are not going to come after you. That ultimately, what this bill is doing in many ways is kind of tying the hands of some of those runaway regulators, which we experienced, this community experienced over many years, how damaging that can be and disruptive to people's lives. So I would start there. The other part of this is institutional capital, and that's not just banks or pension funds, but venture capital, money flowing into this space to back founders, to back builders, and allow them to grow, and for capital to come into DeFi protocols or onto exchanges. That capital is going to be the laggard here, and they're going to be most responsive to and reactive to positive legislation here that in many ways legitimizes the industry, legitimizes the technology, and says it's safe to go outside and to start to allocate capital in this space. So I'm very optimistic that this bill will have very positive unlocks in terms of allowing builders to proceed building here at home, not being driven offshore, and then also for the investors to back them with their capital and start to enter this space in a big way.
Has anything changed on the ethics side of things in the last couple of weeks, Patrick? I know we've been focusing a lot on the stablecoin yield issue. There's some sticking points with the DeFi side of things, but when it comes to ethics, is there anything that's come up in the last couple of weeks that might have changed, or anything that you're watching at the White House you're concerned about? Is it maybe the same as when the markup was supposed to be set on January 15th? Do you think you have enough Democrats to get this bill passed despite the ethics concerns around the Trump family?
Mm-hmm. So throughout this process, we have had very open dialogue with the various members on the Democrat side that have expressed this as being an issue they want to address. We've put forward numerous proposals that would apply to all public filers, including the president, all the way down, that we think are common sense measures to update some of the ethics rules around reporting. And they've been real proposals. Unfortunately, so far, what we've gotten back from some of the designees on the Democrat side to lead this negotiation have crossed red lines that not only would not be acceptable to the president and his family by targeting them, but would also target the spouses of members of Congress, for example, and prevent them from not only holding, transacting, using any kind of digital asset, including payment stablecoins. So suddenly the spouse of Chuck Schumer can not buy a sandwich with a payment stablecoin for $5. Like, that's obviously overbroad. That language also included language that was way over scope that would have prevented family members, including spouses and grown children, from holding any senior position in a for-profit or nonprofit association. So essentially throwing out of work many of the family members of members of Congress. So I don't know how serious those proposals have been so far, but we have definitely put forward serious proposals that we believe bring transparency and appropriate common sense measures to update ethics guidelines in the digital age with this new technology. And we're going to continue to stay at the table and work with the more reasonable folks on the other side of the aisle to get something that we believe addresses the issues that they're raising.
Yeah, Patrick, one of the challenges, I think, of a piece of legislation like this is just the sheer scope, right? A lot of folks are talking about it as the biggest piece of financial reform since Dodd-Frank. It seems like there are areas where there is maybe more bipartisan support or even efforts where maybe you could carve something out. Obviously, you guys have a singular focus of getting this done, but you mentioned developer protections and BRCA. Just being here in ETHDenver and addressing developer protections specifically, there have been concerns about brain drain and going offshore again. What would you say to people looking for certainty on building projects and not having to go elsewhere, just if we stall out on this process?
I would say keep the long view in mind. And right now we have terrific regulators at the SEC, the CFTC, OCC, on down the list. The president has chosen excellent, capable leaders who are pro-innovation, pro-crypto, and they're making great strides. But this could all be undone in a matter of years. And so where the legislation really comes into effect and has its most positive effect is probably not in the next 2.5, 3 years, but it's beyond that. It's future-proofing it against a future administration that would come along and seek to undo all of the great work that people are undertaking now and have been for the past few years. So what we're doing now is future-proofing the industry, future-proofing these technologies, future-proofing the ability of builders to build here in America and not have to go offshore, because there is that lingering uncertainty that what if change of administration leads to someone coming after me in the future. We want people to build here in America. We want to dominate this technology. As the president says, we want to be the crypto capital of the world, and he means it. And I think this legislation is a critical piece in order to achieve that vision.
Patrick, before we let you go, we got to ask you about David Sachs. His time is wrapping up as the AI and crypto czar. He's limited to 180 days as a special government employee. How would you kind of define his time in this position? And then we've got to ask, do you have any idea of who the successor would be?
So David has shown no indication of wanting to step back here. He's done an incredible job of setting the vision and making clear that all roads in the administration that touch on crypto run through our office, and we've established incredible working relationships with colleagues at Treasury, SEC, CFTC. Again, I won't list all the agencies, but David has been a fantastic centralizing figure in this to unify the work that we're doing, make sure it's consistent across the board. And also he's just a brilliant guy. So people are very deferential to him on issues of great import that touch on this sector and also on the AI sector as well. So I'm incredibly grateful to work for him. And just as an American citizen, I can tell all the folks in the crowd there, we should all be very grateful that he undertook this sacrifice to come in and serve in this role.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. But he has a limited time in his role as a special government employee, right? So there will be a time when he will step back from the role. Is the White House thinking about, potentially another successor to him when that time comes?
We've had no conversations about that. So I'll let David speak for himself on his plans, but I know he is full steam ahead and no signs of slowing down.
Gotcha.
Amazing. Well, Patrick, thank you so much for joining us today, and best of luck on the Hill. Get it done.
Thank you.
Thanks, Patrick.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. What an esteemed set of guests we have today. We are going to continue Crypto in America Live, this time with SEC Commissioner Hester Peirce.
And we're back.
We're back, like we never left. Hester, welcome
morning.
back.
It's good to see you.
It's great to be here. I got to give you my disclaimer, though. My views are my own views as a commissioner, not necessarily those of the SEC or my fellow commissioners.
Well,
Yes.
you gave us the same, yes.
Fair enough.
You did give us the same disclaimer when you came on our show almost a year ago now. You were our first guest when we launched Crypto in America back in March of last year. So it's an honor to have you back nearly a year later, but we'd love
Great to be
to.
back. I'm healthy this time.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You were
sick, yeah.
You did have a cold, I remember. Yeah. But you were a trooper and you came on anyway. So thank you for that. But we got to ask you, let's kind of recap the year a little bit. I mean, not that anything major has happened at all. But I guess from your vantage point, where you're sitting at the SEC, head of the task force, what has really been the biggest change in your eyes this year?
Well, last year, I would say it was, a 180. Having a chairman who is really committed to. I hope there'll be big changes this year too. But having a chairman who's really committed to trying to get the rules written before we enforce them is very helpful. He's someone who believes that we can get to a good place where there's a reasonable rule book in place that people can comply with. And I think that should lead the industry to a better place as well.
I don't think we asked you this question because you were the first guest and we didn't really come up with it yet, but we always like to ask people who come on the show is, what does crypto in America mean to you?
I think you might have asked me, so you can see if my answer is consistent. But,
Sorry.
I think the reason that this is an issue that a lot of us in this country care about is because it really does go to the fundamental principles that this country was built on. It goes to the idea that people are free to make their lives what they want them to be. They're free to associate with people that they choose to associate with, and they're free to speak, and they're free to put value in what they choose to put value in. And so I think aligning the regulatory framework with that makes sense, right? Because it does go to these core principles of freedom, liberty, privacy.
On that note, when we last talked, I think the crypto task force had just been announced. You were just putting it together and sort of launching it. And it's obviously been an incredibly exciting, very busy year. Lots of guidance on a lot of different topics. I know tokenization is taking up a lot of sort of bandwidth in the room now. What would you say is maybe the biggest accomplishment or sort of defining kind of achievement that you would put sort of as a feather in the cap, just going back through the last year since we first talked?
I think we assembled a great task force, and I think that that's evident in the amount of work that we've gotten done the task force is working with people across the commission. So the staff at the commission have really stepped up and worked with us. But yeah, the putting together this great group of people who are really smart, who are really interested in getting it right. Mike Seelig already left to go be the chairman of the CFTC, so I feel like that was a feather in our cap.
And moving on to this year, it's crazy how time flies in crypto, right? And I'm like, this year, but no, it's 2025. So thinking about 2026, what do you think will be the defining moment or the defining accomplishment for the SEC? What do you guys hope to achieve that you'll be remembered for, as it were, in 26?
Well, I think during 25, a lot of what we were trying to do is go out and listen to people. We put out lots of questions. We've gotten lots of written submissions. Welcome more of those if you all have ideas of what we should be doing. We've also had lots of roundtables. We've been meeting with a lot of people. And then we started by putting out staff guidance that would sort of help people understand how we're thinking about what fits within the securities bucket and what doesn't. We went from a world in which the agency was saying everything that is crypto is a security to, I think, a much more nuanced approach that says, no, actually, probably most of what is out there now is not a security, but we expect that there are going to be a lot more crypto assets that are securities as people try to tokenize stocks and bonds. And so we've gotten a lot of guidance out, and 26, I think, is really the year that's going to have to be marked by more, I'd say, durable regulatory positions that are in commission documents, commission rulemakings, and then you all were just talking about clarity, and so I think if that gets passed, then we'll have a lot of work to do in implementing that. And I think 26 will also be a year of really close collaboration with the CFTC to make sure that the rulemakings are coming out harmoniously and that it is really a whole of government approach to getting this right.
There's been a lot of enthusiasm from the industry on how approachable you've been and how visible the agency has been in this administration. You mentioned sort of talking to builders. We were talking a bit backstage before we came on about the sort of road shows that you guys have done, talking to founders and teams all over the country about what they've been building. It's obviously incredibly refreshing approach coming from the previous administration, which was maybe a bit of an ivory tower, and then we'll send you a Wells notice kind of conversational environment.
When ETH was a security.
Yeah, different times. But so I'm curious with the roundtables that you've done and also sort of the roadshow and sort of the grassroots efforts that you guys have put together, what's been the most rewarding part of that for you? And what has been some of the takeaways that you've had from talking to builders around the country?
I mean, it's always rewarding to hear about what people are excited about building. It's rewarding to hear. I mean, I'm grateful that people are willing to talk to us because, there was some really deep suspicion built up over the last several years, and I think the willingness of people to say, "Okay, we're going to give you SEC a second chance to get this right," that has been really encouraging. But I think. I'm always excited when I see young people who are eager to build in this space and who are just helpful in helping me think about what regulation looks like from their standpoint, and then sort of it's always good fodder for me to think about how can we get these rules right. So I guess that's been the most rewarding piece of it.
Yeah, following what Gerald's talking about, I always see when you tweet I will be in town these days. Email me if you want to have a meeting. And I've always appreciated that. With the conversations you're having in Denver specifically, if you could speak to it a bit, like what are people coming to you about? What are you discussing with them?
I mean, the theme to me this time has been people are really interested in thinking about AI agents and how they'll interact with, I guess, everything we do, including how they interact with crypto. I think privacy is another big theme that people want to talk about, which is great. And then, people are always asking the same questions, like when are we going to get maximum clarity on all these issues that are still outstanding?
The innovation exemption.
That might be one of the things, right?
Yeah. Tokenization is obviously sort of the buzzword of the year, right? Wall Street is trying to get as involved in tokenization as humanly possible. What would you say is sort of maybe the timeline for sort of implementing? I mean, I think the tokenization part of the innovation exemption, that'll make a lot of that stuff clearer, right? We'll probably give a lot of green light to folks who want to get more involved on that side of the spectrum. But like, I always hear people talking about, we're going to tokenize this, we're going to tokenize that, we're going to bring markets on chain. Like, to you, in your position as a regulator, how long do you see that timeline being until we start bringing capital markets on chain, at least parts of it?
I think the process has begun where money markets have been tokenized now for a while, and there's a lot of interest more generally in tokenizing treasury securities. And then once the 25 really marked a time when, as you say, institutions started to think, oh, hey, we might really be interested in tokenizing because there wasn't the fear of regulatory backlash against it. And so I think there's a lot of excitement about tokenizing equities. There are experiments underway. We granted a no action letter to the DTCC, which is a very traditional financial sort of stalwart infrastructure. And they're looking at facilitating tokenization. We're encouraging other experiments of people who want to try tokenization. I think one of the difficulties is we really have to get a lot of pieces in place. And so you mentioned the innovation exemption. That would enable people to trade tokenized securities, to do that using AMMs, for example. And so I think trying to allow people to experiment so that they can see that, yeah, there will be a place to trade these things, and to start to understand how the tokenized securities will interact with the non-tokenized securities. So really allowing the market to see what works and what doesn't. There are different models of tokenization. The staff put out a statement a couple weeks ago on that. And so sort of watching how the market coalesces around different models of tokenization. So it maybe will take a little bit of time to get it going, but I think allowing these experiments with the idea of working toward a rule book that will recognize the technology maybe takes the place of some of the functions of existing intermediaries, but also allows existing intermediaries to engage with the tokenized system. It's just going to take some time, but I think it should be a fun project.
Yeah, I want to go back to something you said about AI. There's obviously been a lot of very interesting conversations about agentic payments, maybe deploying capital through bot networks and things like that. And maybe it's a great candidate for the innovation exemption, but it seems like technology is always just a couple years maybe ahead of where the regulators can see things going. But something that I've been very interested in talking to teams about use cases or doing things like that is ultimately you deploy a bot, maybe it moves some money, maybe it makes an investment, maybe it buys a security. Where does the culpability sit for some of these new sort of networks that are being set up? Is that something that you guys are digging into now, or how do you view getting your hands around the notion that all of these potential sort of intermediaries, but sort of self-directed intermediaries, are going to be entering the market and the system?
Well, I mean, culpability will always lie on some either individual or corporate entity. And so I think people shouldn't assume that just because they're using a cool new technology, they get to avoid regulatory accountability. One approach that I think, can't take, and we did try to take this in the last administration, was we tried to write a rule that would capture AI technology and how investment advisors and broker-dealers might be using AI technology. And it ended up being a really hard rule to write. It ended up being very overbroad in terms of the technology it covered. It was very clunky in the way it worked, and we got really negative feedback. I mean, even negative by, some of those crypto rulemakings or attempts to pull in crypto through rulemakings got very negative feedback. But this one got, it was really almost universally negative feedback. And I think it was a cautionary tale for us, right? You can't try to write bespoke rules for every new technology that comes along. But at the same time, the principles that we enforce are ones that are going to be enforced no matter what technology you decide to use. So I think some of these AI agents are really interesting, but I think people should assume that as you decide to use those, you will still be responsible for what they do. And so you ought to think about what sort of parameters you're building in to govern their activities.
So I didn't know my bot did that is not an excuse, unfortunately.
Not going to work.
Yeah, not now, at least, yeah. How are the discussions progressing with traditional financial institutions that are kind of arguing that crypto should not receive specialized exemptions?
Yeah, I mean, I think people have probably seen the comment letters that have come in from a lot of folks in the traditional finance space. But my response would be, we're not saying that these experimental options that we're trying to, these like the innovation exemption as an example, that it's not available to traditional finance. It is. We encourage anyone who wants to experiment with tokenization or with other aspects of this technology to come in and talk to us and to work with us. And so I think one of the problems with the financial industry has been that the barriers to entry have been so high that incumbents have been able to keep competition out. And what we're trying to say is, look, we want this to be a very competitive playing field, but that doesn't mean that the new folks get a leg up. It's just that everyone gets to play on according to the same rules.
What percentage of companies or teams coming in would you say are crypto versus traditional financial institutions when it comes to the tokenization conversations?
That is a great question, and I think I'd say it's a mix, and I think there are a lot of groups that are bringing together both traditional finance and people who are more crypto native, which I think is very interesting because the traditional financial people have a sense of what the issues have been in the past and how the rules work, and the crypto native folks often bring a very fresh way of looking at things. So I think those collaborations can be really interesting. But yeah, it's a mix.
You mentioned financial privacy is also something you're hearing a lot on the ground here. You had the recent roundtable on that a couple months back now. That was last year, right? Gosh.
It was.
2025.
2025. What did you guys take away from that? Maybe what was the biggest thing that the SEC learned? Because there were some great panelists. Gerald and I were there. Some great points made, both from the traditional side of finance and also from the crypto side. What was the biggest takeaway? And is there anything that you guys are maybe initiatives underway at the agency that, obviously you probably can't tell us anything that's actually underway, but maybe what's the biggest thing that you guys took away from that roundtable?
Well, I think it really underscored this idea that privacy should be the norm, not the exception, in the sense that we shouldn't assume that we should assume that people will want to keep their financial transactions private, because there are real consequences for people's security if they don't. And so I think looking at it through that lens helps us as regulators take the suspicion out of the picture and really work toward practical solutions so that people are able to protect their privacy. The government is able to get the information it needs with proper process to get that information. And so I think the one of the things that came out of that roundtable too is that there are a lot of tools out there that people are developing. There are a lot of new technologies that may enable us to do that, to protect people's privacy and also protect, legitimate issues like our national security.
Yeah, it is going to be slightly ironic if the highest best use case of ZK and viewer keys is to protect hedge fund transactions that they don't want out there on a permissionless chain. I don't know if that's what the privacy maxis sort of had in mind back in the day, but it's Well,
but I mean, I think, we should all care about others being able to keep private the things that none of us have the right to know, and then people can make their choices about what to release publicly. I think one of the mistakes we've made is we've always, private for me, but not for thee, or, just not really caring, free speech for me, but not you. I think that's really a mistake. The thing that brings us together as Americans is that we defend the right of other people, even people with whom we vehemently disagree, to have these core protections. And so, especially in a climate like this, it is so important for us to come back to that point. You might not like TradFi, TradFi might not like you, but you should both be trying to protect each other's rights.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you a follow-up question on Jackie's question about this balancing of traditional financial institutions sort of having the resources and sort of the time and the know-how to approach the agency and have a lot of those conversations versus a lot of maybe less developed organizations who may benefit from like the innovation exemption or exemptive relief. That obviously can involve a lot of lawyers and be a big process. But how do you, whether through rulemaking or through how you think through these issues, balance sort of the, maybe it's unfair to call it a compliance burden, but some of the obligations that you need to comply with if you're going to get into this space versus the ability of someone to sort of start in their garage and get things done?
I mean, I think it's a totally fair question because there is a compliance burden that is, it's huge. When you enter into the financial industry where there's so many rules on the books, it's a very complicated web to weave your way through. And you often will need legal help to do that. But I think what we're trying to do is, one, say, hey, come, you are free to come talk to us. We're not going to give you legal advice, but we might be able to point you to some tools that you can think about. No action letters are available. We're happy to meet with you without a lawyer. We're happy to meet with you with a lawyer as you choose. And then trying to get some of this guidance out, some of these standard things like an innovation exemption that is available to anyone so that we're kind of carving paths for people to be able to walk down. It is always something that I'm thinking about, is trying to keep those competitive regulatory barriers as low as possible, because that is one of the reasons this industry hasn't been as dynamic as it should be, because it is so hard to break in.
Esther, thank you so much.
Thank you all so much. It's
Thank
an honor
you.
to be
have
with
you
you all
back.
today.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday.
Welcome back, everybody. The next session is a fireside with Colorado Securities Commissioner Tung Chang, moderated by Russell Castanero, board member of SporkDAO and founder of Unicorn.eth.
Thanks. Hello, ETHDenver.
Aloha.
Aloha, that's right. Aloha. Come on, everybody. We can't even see you out there, so you have to let us know you're there. So I want to say that, as a resident of Colorado and as a previous employee of the state, that I feels really proud to be up here on the stage, that we have the Commissioner of Securities here who has more experience probably in blockchain and Web3 than any other state and many people in the world. You may or may not know that Tung was in the past the general counsel for the Ethereum Foundation. And I just think we are so lucky to have had her since 2019, right?
2020.
2020. And it's absolutely amazing. Now, you're in a really kind of unique position because of your past experience with ICOs and with Ethereum Foundation. And how is actually building and working inside the foundation changed the way that you approach securities? Because you used to be Commissioner of Securities in Hawaii. And it'd be interesting to see how that's changed things.
Well, I think it's changed along with my work in business. So I was in the general counsel's office for a number of companies as well. And I think what that really does is it makes you understand that businesses have to run, and regulation is an expense line. It's not revenue generating. So each business that's trying to be regulated, especially small businesses, they're trying to get in compliance, but they're trying to keep the business running. And basically, to keep a business running, you have to have a revenue line. And I think that generally has impacted the way I regulate. That I understand that it's like in a sports contest, like an NFL or something. The regulators are refs. They're really important, but they're not the reason why everyone's there. You guys are the reasons why everyone's there, the business, the commerce. And so it is symbiotic in that way, but I think being part of the business side of it, being inside businesses really makes me think about that a lot. That we're here to ref, but at the same time, we need the business and the commerce to innovate and be successful, because without the business, we wouldn't even be here. So I think that has impacted the way I regulate and the way I think of regulations. In terms of being part of the Ethereum Foundation at the launch of the Genesis block, I think it probably makes me more interested and welcoming of that technology, than folks who didn't have exposure. So I think those two things probably play in the way I regulate.
Great. So it's sort of like the crypto world has been saying, let them play, let them play.
Look, I don't know how many, we're watching the Olympics, or watching the Super Bowl, or whatever sports you might be watching, and people love it, we want to watch it, but it's really no fun if one side gets to break all the rules and the other doesn't, right? And with commerce, it's not about fun. It's just about trying to give some certainty to the marketplace so that it runs efficiently. And that's, it's really important. And I think my experience with both the Ethereum Foundation and working inside pretty successful businesses also creates an overlay of that every time I'm making regulatory decisions.
Well, you mentioned commerce, of course, and I am a payments wonk and e-commerce wonk. There's a lot of confusion around stable coins, or any sort of coin that acts like a stable coin. And when are stable coins, or when might be stable coins considered securities, and when might they not?
Okay, so we just had the great and good luck of having Commissioner Peirce up here, and I think you've had a lot of folks from the SEC speak. So you probably already know that there's a different regime at the federal level and then the state. So I'm the Colorado Securities Commissioner, and I think really that means that I can talk about what's happening at the state. And I can say generally, with the historical reach of regulation has said historically that a security is something basically that folks might invest in to make a profit. And the reason why we have regulation on that is we want regular people who are investing in something that might make a profit, who are incentivized to put in money to get something more. We want to make sure those people are getting fair disclosure. That means you don't lie, you don't puff so much, you don't misrepresent, you don't omit. So this is a long way of saying, basically, historically, a security has been something where you can get a profit, there's a profit motive for the people who invest. And the stable coin is supposed to be one that does not have that incentive. So a stable coin that is tied one-to-one to fiat, to a dollar, or to yen, or to a pound, or to euro, means that you could go back and forth between that currency, and there's no profit motive that coin's gonna increase in value, so there's no profit motive there. So a stable coin should be stable in the sense that it doesn't offer that kind of investment incentive. That is historically how it's been been working. Now, I guess you all probably know that I think in July, the Genius Act was passed, which deals with the regulation of stable coins in more depth. And we will see as those rules develop and how that statute gets implemented, we'll see what how this all really plays out. But those are the general principles of what a security is and what essentially a stablecoin is. And even before that passage of that legislation, a stablecoin that was just one-to-one fiat with no investment incentive would not have fallen, in my view, under the Howey test as a security. So even before the legislation. But of course, the legislation adds clarity and has nuance, and so we'll see what those rules look like. But I think that is the difference. In your mind, something that has an investment incentive is more likely to be a security, and something that doesn't, one-on-one, less likely and probably not a security.
Great. I know that, like, from a payments implementer and somebody who's using it, what I don't want to have is a 1,000-page addendum to my tax forms because I use stable coins as payments, right?
Right.
We have a lot of founders, biddlers here. They're making wallets, they're loyalty systems, NFTs, tokens, chains. What sort of guidance and some of the published guidance that's been out there, what should they pay particular attention to when they're developing so that they don't run afoul of things from the get-go?
Okay, I have two things I want to touch on for this question. The first one is, I would just say, in terms of what's trending in all of fintech, I think the one thing you guys all have to think about is cybersecurity. Whatever you're building, make sure it's got some kind of cybersecurity protection. I think it's so obvious, but I would imagine every serious regulatory scheme is going to be concerned about that. Okay. The second thing that I would recommend, because a lot of what's happening is happening at the SEC federal level, and I'm the state commissioner, I would tell you there's a division in the SEC called Corporation Finance. CorpFin is what we in the regulatory space call it. And they have a great website. If I were a builder, I would go there. There's a website, if you just put in your search engine, Google SEC CorpFin, their website will come up and it'll say Corporation of Finance, SEC. And if you get on that page, on the lower left-hand side, it says crypto assets. And then every single one of their recent guidances, and there are a lot, are there, right? Proof of work, what they think about proof of stake, how that is or isn't part of a securities analysis. These are, they've been incredibly active, and these are really helpful guidances. If I were a builder and I wanted sort of a quick sorting out of what is important at the federal level and what kind of guidance is coming out, I would go there. The third thing, I guess I said two, but the third thing is, a lot of legislation conversations are happening at Congress. You got to keep an eye on that. But honestly, if you don't want to wait, you're building right now, I would go to that page. So those are the two probably tips that I would give to a builder right now.
They don't even need to go to AI. They can just go straight to that.
I would go there. I would not use the AI overview. I would go right there and read from the horse's mouth.
Great. Now, in talking in the past, you've talked about how certainty is king in financial markets. So, how much more certainty do we have now than we did in previous years? And do you feel like things are getting more certain, or we're in for a similarly rough road until we have completely rock solid, concrete certainty from legislation and regulation standpoint?
So I think that's a really tough question. It's a tough question because there are a lot of things that one could say about that. I think that certainty for institutionals, really, really important. Institutional big organizations with a lot of transactions, they'll pay a premium for certainty. So it is really critical. But if you think about your own lives and as builders, a certain amount of certainty from the regulatory side is also, you feel it, right? It's really important because then you don't know which way you can go and which way you can't go. So I think there's a lot more maturation both on the regulatory side and in the eco space. So I think as both areas mature, I think there is more certainty. The eco space has a sense of what of what's happening better than they did before. They have a better sense of how regulation plays into it, and the regulators have a better sense of what the impact of the technology can be in markets and in other areas. So I think there is more certainty through the maturation. And that's, I guess that's soft power in the sense that it's not written down. But the thing to remember about laws and the way we work as a society is that a lot of the stuff we do is not written down, and there's still certainty. Okay, so I think that's the idea, that certainty comes from both the statutory and regulatory words that are written and the maturation of the industry and the regulators. It's more complicated, and I think it actually has to have that side to it. I like to give examples, so I'll give you an example. When we have a stoplight or a stop sign in the U.S. generally, and I'm saying generally because I know out there you guys are running them just like others, but like generally we stop. Even if there's nobody there, we are like, okay, well, we need to stop. But I've been in other jurisdictions where a stop sign is more like guidance. People don't stop, right? They cross the lane, they drive all over the place. So they have the same rule, but the culture and the way the evolution of that rule is implicated and implemented is different. So again, I think that we have more certainty both because a maturation of the ecospace, maturation of the regulators regarding the technology, and because we're about to get a market restructure bill that will write a bunch of this down. I have heard from people in the ecospace that they don't want rules. They want the SEC to write every single thing down in the statute. I'm going to suggest to you that that is a bad idea, and not only is it a bad idea for the regulators, you actually don't want that either. You want, and people, I know they struggle with this, but you want some judgment and some flexibility in how things are interpreted to reflect, like I said, the maturation and the evolution of the space. So I would say the short answer is more certainty. The longer answer is that's not just because of the rules and the statutes, but it's because of the growing understanding in society overall. This is a long answer, sorry. Okay, yeah.
No, that was a great answer, and that's really important. So I'll give you a little easier question this time. So what did you think of the onboarding experience for ETHDenver this year through Unicorn?
Good, so easy, just push a button. I think that makes it great for people in the space who are busy, and it also makes it great for people who aren't in the space, who are like overwhelmed by technology. So I thought it was great. Congratulations.
Thank you. Sorry, I had to throw that in there. Now, we're seeing more like firms like JP Morgan launching tokenized platforms. I guess in some countries it's not allowed, like the UK, but do you see that as a validation of the technology, or does it risk sort of flipping the financial systems out on their head?
I think this goes back to your first question of how does it impact the way I see regulation and the development of the ecosystem and financial systems with the overlay of having been the first general counsel for Ethereum at its Genesis block. And the answer to this question is that I have, since the beginning, after I had the really incredible privilege of having Vitalik Buterin actually explain to me what the Ethereum blockchain does, I thought about it. First, he explained it, and I was like, I don't get it. And I slept on it, and I thought about it, and I thought, this is really pivotal. It's going to be really important in so many ways. And so the answer to that is not a validation, but that I think I could already, in my view, see how important and how integral this kind of smart contracts and the blockchain would be to so many aspects of how we transact and do things in society going forward. Like I could just see, so I don't think that I'd need validation because there are just going to be so many use cases, and that's just going to be one of a significant one when it plays out. I think that Commissioner Peirce and Commissioner Atkins have talked about on this stage about a plan that's going to be imminent, I guess, to tokenize securities. That these use cases are going to be abundant. And I don't think it's really a validation for me in the sense that I just really could see that there would be so many use cases, and I think that this would be a significant one. The NYSE, I think last month, said that they are going to allow custody on the blockchain. All of these use cases are really big deal in how society functions, and I think something in the early days that I thought would happen. Not exactly, I'm not a prognosticator, but I knew it was going to be, I knew there were a lot of use cases that could leverage the efficiencies of the blockchain. I'm happy to see it. I think security, once again, cybersecurity will be top of mind for those kind of things, though.
Great. Well, if you could give one piece of advice to the founders and builders that are here, launching a project in the next 12 months in blockchain, from your seat, from where you sit in the security side, what advice would you give them?
Well, let's say it's not just for financial, it's for any kind of builder. I think the first thing is to make sure whatever you're building is something that is actually something people want to use. Like, I know that's really obvious, but make sure it's something people really want to use. And then I would just say, go forth, innovate, make lots of money, and do it legally. That would be my advice. So yeah.
Great. Well, thank you so much. You've been coming to ETHDenver every year since 21 or 20?
21, I think.
21. Right?
Pandemic.
Because of the pandemic, right? And we really appreciate it, and we appreciate you and your wisdom, and I feel great that you're here watching over the state that we all live in.
Thank you very much, and to all the visitors, welcome to Denver. Have a great time.
Welcome back, everybody. Here to host our next conversation, Clarity, What's in It for Web3, is John Paller, founder of ETHDenver and co-founder of the Blockchain Cooperative Coalition.
Thank you. Friday morning, day 3. Everybody get some sleep last night? No. Maybe. So we're going to go ahead and bring out our panelists. We're going to have a conversation about Web3 and the Clarity Act. It's no secret that there's a lot of stuff in there for fintech and big banks and exchanges and things, but without further ado, Connor, come on out. Kyle, James, and Chris. So why don't we just start with you, Connor? Introduce yourself, and we'll just go down the line, and then we'll get into the conversation.
Hey everyone, Connor Spelcy. I'm the head of global policy strategy at the Ethereum Foundation.
Greetings, folks. My name is Kyle Blodge, and I'm the head of policy and public affairs at the Decentralization Research Center.
James Wigginton. I am an attorney at ORIC and also work with the Blockchain Cooperative Coalition.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Chris Land, General Counsel to U.S. Senator Cynthia Lummis and Staff Director for the Senate Banking Subcommittee on Digital Assets.
Great. So we got a lot of guys here that know a few things about what's going on in Clarity. We also got a lot of guys here that know a thing or two about Web3. So Connor, let's start with you. The Ethereum Foundation has a very, I guess you could say, decentralized approach to policy making and has been somewhat hands-off, but you're new to the foundation, but not new to policy. So tell us a little bit about what the foundation's international position is on Web3 as it relates to policy, and how are you thinking about that strategy as it relates to Clarity and your work with others in the community?
Yeah, I think as a lot of people know, the Ethereum Foundation really hasn't been involved very materially in policy globally, particularly considering it's been around for such a long time as compared to other foundations in the space. And that's part of the, the instincts and culture in the foundation. And the thinking is that there are many other representatives of Ethereum, critical stakeholders, because Ethereum is such a decentralized community, who are the best people and organizations to represent Ethereum, particularly in their own jurisdictions, right? Like generally speaking, in Korea, they want to hear from a Korean staker of Ethereum about what Ethereum is more than they want to hear from the Ethereum Foundation. And that's exactly what the community is about. The Ethereum Foundation is not, is one of many representatives of the community, and that's been their view for a very long time. And so I'm not head of policy at the Ethereum Foundation, I'm global head of policy strategy, and that was very deliberate.
That's right.
Right? Because the idea here is that we're not going to be engaging in the kind of traditional way. We are instead trying to help lift up others who, in their own geos, want to be part of the process of advocating. And on this front, something you and I were chatting about previously too is, what are some of the things the Ethereum Foundation cares about? And I think a lot of people in this room probably have some sense. There are true values around things like decentralization, security, robustness of the protocol. These are all absolutely critical to the Ethereum Foundation and have been for a very long time. And that is typically what they're focused on implementing. And we see the incredible use cases that are cropping up everywhere, and all of the financial institutions, traditional and kind of new, that are building on Ethereum. And we think it's fantastic, of course. But there are other other goals we have, and I think they resonate with a lot of the builders in the room today. The financial use cases are fantastic, and I personally, speaking on my own behalf, I think stablecoins are critical looking forward. And we also are very excited about all of the next use cases, decentralized AI, thinking about sort of DAOs at a further scale, thinking about decentralized digital identity. There are so many use cases that we've kind of touched on a little bit, but really haven't seen scale in the same way that we've seen stablecoin scale. And we need to, as a community, continue to care about all of those things, because those are some of the critical unlocks that I think are part of the vision for the Ethereum Foundation, and enabling the builders like those at Ethereum, at ETHDenver, to get there, and I think it's why it's so important that you put this event on every year.
Well, we're happy to have you, and we're glad that you're at the foundation. I think from my point of view, as one of the people who have, I guess you could say, volunteered myself to be going back and forth to DC, trying to push on, Clarity, previously Genius, trying to really make advancements. I think it's important that the strategy still be there, so thank you for doing that. Now, Kyle, you're at the Decentralized Research Center. You guys put together, on one of the core topics that I think is very important to the Ethereum community here, is privacy. And tell us a little bit about your work with Seal and the memo that you guys created, and how that collaborative process happened, and maybe as a framework for more issues like that.
Yeah. So, well, first off, John, thank you for putting together this panel. It's an amazing organization. It's been a pleasure working with our team, meeting with builders and so many entrepreneurs in this space. One of the key sticking points right now in the Clarity Act from both sides of the aisle are ways in which we can address the concerns of illicit finance, right? And so many of the conversations in Washington, D.C. from the policymaker perspective was wrongly focused on protocols and builders. And we obviously want maxed out developer protection so that the folks in the audience and people that go to this Congress, the people who go to this conference can continue to build and develop innovation here and all across the world safely with the protections you need. But a lot of individuals in Congress recognize that there are bad actors in the space that want to hack protocols, take assets from consumers. So we took a very, very nuanced and niched approach. We put together a coalition of organizations, including SEAL, Ribbit Capital, and Chainalysis, to actually look at who are the nation-state actors like Russia, Iran, China, that are actually going after protocols, trying to take assets from U.S. consumers and builders, and put together a concept of a whole-of-government approach in which the government can create a strategy to actually go after the bad actors that are trying to destroy tech and innovation here while preserving privacy, as opposed to overburdening protocols and destroying innovation here in the United States. And so we took a kind of niche, nuanced perspective there, worked on both sides of the aisle. We've gotten great feedback from R's and D's, and we're hopeful that that proposal can ultimately end up in the final version of the bill.
Yeah, I think this is a good example. So for those of you in the audience here who have issues or topics that are important to you, I'll say it like this. Up until about 2 years ago, I would have said I was politically agnostic. And the reality, though, is that was kind of bullshit. Excuse my solidity French there. But code is political. Bitcoin's political. Ethereum's political. It's all political. Money's political. And so I've evolved my thinking a little bit to have to think about being involved in some way. Like, what do I care about? And if I'm not willing to fight for it, who is? Okay, so these guys are here, and I think this is a great example of how community collaboration can actually come through where, relationships and different channels and, writing good, smart legal, insights or memos to education is key. Because I think a lot of the R&Ds, as you said, they just don't know. They don't know what we care about because they don't hear about it. What do they hear about? They hear about how, exchanges want to be treated because that's who has the money. Seriously. So next up, let's talk a little bit about the future of on-chain organizations, James. You and I have a passion for the future of, I guess you could say, ownership, really. So the Blockchain Cooperative Coalition, tell us a little bit about that, why you care about it, and then what it is, the particular issue that we're actually trying to advance.
Yeah, you bet. I think, maybe the best way to describe what we're trying to accomplish is through a story. So a few years ago, you probably remember Project Liberty launched this thing called the People's Bid for TikTok. Congress passed a law. They said that TikTok had to be sold. Project Liberty thought, hey, this is an interesting opportunity to see if we could have the American people own a social media platform. And so Project Liberty reached out to my law firm. They said, hey, how can we actually make this happen? How can we allow the users to be owners of TikTok? And so we worked and worked. We wrote a big fat memo, and we found that the main obstacle for the users to become owners of TikTok was securities regulations. And there is long-standing precedent, both at the federal level and at the state level, that certain types of ownership interests are not securities. And in particular, cooperatives, they have ownership interests that grant dividends based on your own efforts. They give voting power to their members. And because of certain conditions and restrictions that are on cooperative memberships, these have not been considered securities. So what the Blockchain Cooperative Coalition has been trying to do is advance legislation that would recognize cooperative memberships as non-securities, which would allow Project Liberty, or if there is ever another opportunity to buy a social media platform, or a sports team, or an insurance company,
or a U.S.
healthcare
Constitution.
Or the U.S. Constitution. I don't know if Graham Novak is here, but Constitution DAO tried to do that, right? So if there's ever another opportunity to do that, we will be ready because we'll have the legislation in place to do it.
So speaking from somebody who's been on the inside with you of this, when I think about the future of ownership, there's this concept of if you talk about just the meta-economic design, Right now, the pure capitalistic design that we have is you have capital and you have consumers, right? And what is it? Something like 90% of people don't have any assets in this country.
No, we are a nation of renters, not owners.
Correct. And so the notion of like, and forget the cooperative nomenclature, because I think that sounds boring and old, but like when you talk about the functionality of this particular piece of legislation, what excites you about the idea of giving people ownership? I mean, what's the functional outcome when you say, we're gonna move people from the consumer class to the ownership class? And we're going to give them opportunity to as participants in business to become owners. From a Web3 perspective, where does that go?
Well, I mean, this really is foundational to the philosophy of Web3. Web3 is about not just getting rid of boards of directors and officers and all that, but it's decentralization of power. It's decentralization of wealth. And what this legislation would do is allow wealth to circulate.
Profit sharing.
Exactly.
So the securities registration stuff that we've talked about, you can't share profits with non-accredited investors. They can't participate in offerings. They can't invest, right? So it's a walled garden, right, for people with capital, which is why the capital gets richer and other people don't get to participate, right? So all the tokens that we've seen, and you're an attorney that works up in startups, right? So you've seen a lot of tokens.
Lots.
How many of them have actually been able to share profits with their users?
0.
Exactly. Okay, so this is the important part.
Yep.
Right? This economic sort of sharing, stakeholder capitalism. We talk about it in Web3, positive sum games, stakeholder capitalism, all this. This is the legal plumbing for that.
That's right. And I was grateful to Commissioner Peirce, who yesterday recognized that, heretofore, a lot of the tokens, thank you, I'm a lawyer, I have to. Many of the tokens don't have the full package of rights that you would normally get with equity.
Right.
And we're looking to change that. We think that equity is the gold standard of ownership, and it should be more available to people.
Chris, Wyoming is known, and obviously you work at the federal level, but you're a Wyoming citizen, resident. Thank you for coming, by the way, and thank you for demonstrating and showcasing our regional coalition. We're very grateful for Senator Lummis's support and Governor Gordon and guys like Tyler Lindholm and the crew, and yourself. When you think about Wyoming and some of the laws that have been built there, like the Dow legislation, the DUNA, these are in that sort of epicenter of trying to deliver better sort of frameworks, more flexible frameworks for ownership, less regulatory red tape. What are you seeing at the federal level around clarity, if anything, even as it relates to DeFi is going through some of this, there's all sorts of greenfield things that are happening. What do you see as the most important?
The most important from Senator Lummis's perspective is that we build on the good work that's been done in Wyoming and other states, in Colorado and other states, to provide flexibility and legal certainty for those states to continue to grow their own economies, to continue to build their legislative frameworks, and to give flexibility for new modes of technology and new modes of regulation to really rise up. Senator Lummis has been really focused from the beginning of taking what Wyoming's done and exporting it nationally and making sure that we have enabling legislation that at the same time provides legal clarity and protects consumers, but also enables innovation. We love to provide safe harbors instead of being too prescriptive. We're just trying to make sure that we are not hamstringing economic development and the development of technology in this country. The most important thing is also that we don't want a bill that in 10 years is stale or outmoded or has to be replaced. We're really, in clarity, we're really focused on trying to pass legislation that will stand the test of time, 20, 25 years, 50 years, something as fundamental as the 33 Act or the 40 Acts. In the office, we've started anecdotally calling the Clarity Act the 26 Act. And, hopefully it finds that way into the lexicon at some point in the next few years. That's kind of our approach to how we're working on legislation.
If there were a interested citizen, contributor, person, community folks that's interested in actually advancing a topic, Chris, You're on the inside, we're all on the outside looking into the black box. What's the best way from your point of view? Some states have very anti-crypto senators or whatever. They're maybe not so ripe for talking to them. Yeah. How do they get involved?
It all starts just like, in I'm Just a Bill, Schoolhouse Rock, which is one of my favorite shows of all time. It's, making your voices heard to your state legislators. In general, state legislators have more time and more, have more of an open door policy, and, we'll meet with you and hear your concerns and see if there's something that can be done. Starting at the state level is a lot more beneficial usually than going straight to Congress. Congress has a lot of issues on its plate, and Congress typically reacts to legislation that's done at the state level. So I would say, reach out to your state legislators, get involved politically, write a letter to your state legislator, and go from there.
That's good advice. Decentralized AI. We have centralized AI. We've seen it. Everybody knows what that looks like. OpenClaw it's open source, right? Is it decentralized? Not sure about that exactly, but there are lots of people working on it. From a policy perspective, I'm curious to hear your guys' individual views, and Connor, let's start with you. I think if I were to say AI is going to change everything, I don't think I'm underestimating that. From a policy perspective, as it relates to Web3, and really driving things like decentralized AI and privacy and ownership and these things, how do you see AI fitting into this tapestry? And then after you go, then Kyle and James and Chris.
Yeah, and I have to say, I'm certainly no expert on AI, but I am fearful of a world in which a very small number of companies have massive centralized AI into which we put all of our data, as I'm sure a lot of people in this room are. And we had a great conversation.
Well, it's like the banks for intelligence, and that's a bad thing.
It's very challenging. And we had a great conversation with the Commissioner Peirce yesterday, and she brought up decentralized AI as something that she was really interested in. And one of the major impediments, of course, is competitiveness of the product. From my perspective as a user, in order for me to use decentralized AI, I need to know that it is still a good tool, and I might defer to another product that's centralized if I feel like I can get a lot more done. And that's why we have all these amazing builders in the space, and why I think it's critical that we continue to think about what blockchains can do outside of exclusively the financial use cases, because the ways in which blockchains can be critical to, Rails for agents, but also decentralized AI. And we have a lot of builders in the space who care a lot about this. The Ethereum Foundation has a decentralized AI team. I look forward to seeing what everyone can build, because in order for it to be something, it needs to be competitive. We can't just want it to exist.
So let's, we're slightly over time, so let's rapid fire down the end.
Yeah, I would say decentralized AI is going to be policy priority for the DRC moving, past crypto. I think one of the key policy areas need to be resolved for policymakers and for the general public is how can individuals delineate between agents and actual humans operating on chain while still preserving private data during those transactions. And so the DRC will be dropping some research and some policy positions on that forthcoming.
James.
So if AI is coming for all of our jobs, including attorneys' jobs, and we're all out on the street, the only people who are going to be able to use AI are the people who own AI. And so we need to put in place systems that allow people to own AI models and everything else, because otherwise we're going to have this two-class system that everybody's so worried about.
Chris?
Well, I'm happy to say that AI is going to be someone else's problem. I'm going to be on a ranch and be tending some cats and horses in a couple of years, and I'll look with great interest on what y'all are doing in the AI space.
Memes, Chris.
Yeah, crypto's been a lot, and we're looking forward to getting the Clarity Act across the line so that we can let builders build, and we can see how crypto is going to transform economic opportunity in this country.
All right, well, round of applause, guys, for our panel here. Thank you.
Thanks, John.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. More policy talk. This is my favorite track, and I am so excited for our next discussion here, A Citizen's Guide to Driving Blockchain Policy by G. Rout, who is the Executive Director of the New York Blockchain Council.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. My name is G. Rout. Most of my time I spend as the head of BD and strategy at Pi². We're building out the world's fastest agentic payment system. If you're interested about that, please find me afterwards. But today I'm here to discuss basically a citizen's guide to driving blockchain policy. I'm the executive director and founder of the New York Blockchain Council. We got founded in November of 2024. So why this matters now, right? The last panel did a really great job kind of highlighting what's happening with the Clarity Act. We recently had the Genius Act passed last year, and that'll be going into effect next year. So the OCC is figuring out some of the compliance and regulatory guidelines around that. At the state level, there's more than 30 bills that are currently being worked on right now. And as a whole, crypto is a $2 trillion industry, and there's a lot of interest in seeing how it will grow. Referencing, I'm just a bill. Capitol Hill. Again, right, so in terms of legislation actually becoming policy, the processes are these. You start by first drafting legislation, it then goes to committee. Committee is often where a lot of legislation ends up, unfortunately, going away, or it gets amended to oblivion. So committee is incredibly important. Then you have the floor vote, where everyone will vote on the bill itself, then going to the other chamber, and then finally signed in by a governor or the president at either the state or federal level. But this is where it really becomes important for all of us in this space to really advocate for the space itself. Citizens, all of us, can actually be an important part of each one of these steps, and I do recommend folks get more involved as time goes on. So who are the key players? You have the legislators, who are the elected officials, right? These are your representatives. You have the regulators, the SEC, CFTC, OCC, industry groups such as ourselves at a state level. We're a trade association, and then also lobbying groups such as the Blockchain Association, Coin Center, Digital Chamber of Commerce, and so on. And finally, and most importantly, it's all of us, because all of us as citizens can actually impact each one of these other groups and actually get the policies we want going forward. And so when we talk to policymakers about what we are as an organization or as an industry, it's really important that we kind of speak their language. The average elected official is not really going to care about decentralization or tokens or like consensus mechanisms. However, they do care about things like jobs in the jurisdictions, collecting massive amounts of tax revenue. So if everyone hopefully here is signed up with Stand With Crypto, is involved with their local Stand With Crypto either city or state group, and can really work with them to follow up on different ways to interact with policymakers. So at a local level, right, all of us now, things that you can do, attend town halls, talk a bit about how the technology can yet again benefit the citizens in those jurisdictions, meet your local representatives and kind of talk about how they can benefit, and also, you know, like, again, speaking their language, like I was saying on the last slide. And finally, something we do a lot of in New York is hosting educational events. So some of that is around just, you know, explaining what some of the benefits of blockchain are to legislators and policymakers. And yet again, just getting a lot of folks out to show that also there is a large community of people who are really interested in the space. At a state level, you can get associated or become a member of a group such as ourselves, like the New York Blockchain Council, testifying on committee hearings, right? We see a lot of leaders in the space doing that today, as well as proposing model legislation. We're one state, however, there are two groups. One is the US Blockchain Council, as well as the North American Blockchain Association. So each one of us as states is part of these larger groups, and it's nice because we can communicate our different strategies or different bills that we have up for legislation and actually learn from each other and really drive policy together very quickly. Finally, at the federal level, right, reaching out to your senators, participating in public comments, and then finally, supporting larger groups such as lobbying groups like the Blockchain Association and Coin Center. For ourselves, right, I'm just someone who was in the space for a long time. I've worked at different L1s on the infra side, founded my own last year, working on a new type of protocol right now. But I was someone that realized that I really did want to get involved in policy because it's really easy to get a lot of like smear campaigns when you start reading about like blockchain and crypto in the news. You know, it's heavily kind of biased in a lot of ways. And I realized that I wanted to do something as an individual who's worked in the space, but actually knows it well enough, can hopefully communicate the benefits of it to larger legislators as a whole. So our general policy or framework that we use at the Blockchain Council in New York is basically doing three things. One, educating legislators and policymakers. Two, awareness. So when we say awareness, we primarily tie that around events. So we worked with Chainlink last fall to host the New York Blockchain Week. We had, they had SmartCon, their main large event, and we had another 30 or 40 events on the side, which was great because we could pull from the local community and companies to really have a robust week of programming. And finally, policy itself. So I'll be heading up to Albany in the next few weeks here, speak to local lawmakers and talk about how, yet again, they can benefit a lot from the space. So yeah, that's kind of what we do. This is a quick primer. If you have any questions, please reach out to me. You can follow me on X. I'm just GeetRoute. And yeah, thank you guys so much for your time.
Okay, next we have a fireside chat with Consensus's Joe Lubin, moderated by Robbie Klages, founder of The Rollup.
Thanks so much.
Hey, everyone. Hey, Robbie.
Hey, GM.
GM.
Good to see you. We still say GM?
A long time ago, I and some people were trying to extend the innovation of GM and turn it into, because we were going GM, GA, GN, etc. And so I started doing GX, where X is a variable that can stand for anything. And so we're trying to get it to catch on globally, and we're still working on it. So GX.
I like it. GX. The X can be anything you want. Well, I think that's a good context because we have been engaging and entering the institutional era of Ethereum. Some are calling it, which has been 500 years in the making based on what we were talking about backstage. And one of the things that I find myself as, we have more interviews and podcasts and talk to more people that are kind of at the bridge of the space is speaking their language, meeting them where they are. I find myself, I have to restrict myself from saying GM. I have to speak their language. You've been in the space, you've talked to people on kind of both sides of this world. Do you think we should kind of change who we are, and some of the language and the terminology that we have when we address, these larger capital allocators and businesses, and as we introduce them to Ethereum and DeFi, how much should we introduce them to the culture versus just, taking the vibes out of the technology?
So I think it's always valuable and important to understand who you're speaking to, what their mental models might be of the world, and to do your best to communicate in terms that are more effective for them to understand what you're trying to communicate. That said, when we talk to different kinds of financial institutions, and we're doing that quite a lot, they're really smart. They're really savvy. A lot of them have been doing the work for the last 10 plus years to understand our technology and our ecosystem. I wouldn't walk into a meeting and say GM or GX, but in terms of talking about the intricate details of our technology, we can go there, and that there are good reasons why they're paying a huge amount of attention to what we're doing.
Absolutely, and this has been a long time in the making. You mentioned backstage, 500 years this has been in the making. I'm curious, why now? Ethereum's been around a long time now. It's resilient. There's applications that have billions of dollars. We have DeFi protocols that are among the largest banks in the world. We have these institutions that are now starting to take this seriously. What happened over the last 500 years that has gotten to a point where the largest financial institutions in the world are now deploying on-chain?
So I like to think of what we've been doing in our ecosystem as both revolutionary and evolutionary. So we essentially, with Bitcoin and Ethereum and the growing metropolitan Ethereum ecosystem and other protocols that are trying to do similar things, we've been speedrunning the last 500 years of innovation in traditional finance. And so some of those things include just how do we form pools of capital, bigger pools of capital, so that we can share risk and do much bigger things. So joint stock corporations and bonds, nation states issuing bonds to do really big infrastructural things. And so that category is like, how do you do big things? How do you coordinate things? And how do you ensure that the claims that people have are respected or trusted? And how do you make them more efficient to trade and things like that? And there are other innovations, like so many, wiring funds. Western Union pioneered that, and trade finance mechanisms, bills of lading, and you can go all the way to innovations and options and ATMs and stuff like that. And so these fall into categories. Scaling trust is a category that's really important. So far, we've only been able to scale centralized trust in the world. Pricing risk, sharing risk, settlement, fast dissemination of information, and all those things are things that we've been doing an incredible job on in our ecosystem. So why now? We're at the end of a super cycle, and there's been a loss of trust in centralized institutions. The world has been, society has been built on institutional trust, and institutional trust has been lost in the last few decades. So we're at the end of this super cycle. The world is cracking up in different ways, and along comes Satoshi Nakamoto and invents this most profound new form of trust, decentralized trust, and a lot of people say, "Wow, we're engineers. We can take this new form of decentralized trust, which Satoshi showed us how to operationalize in Bitcoin, and we can apply it to all the systems of the world." And so we built this new foundational trust platform. Ethereum makes it available to all sorts of software engineers. We've been building DeFi to build really efficient, effective financial rails for the decentralized emerging global economy. And now we've scaled it. We've made it affordable, usable. The United States of America was trying to make it illegal for a while under the previous administration, but now it's getting more and more legal. And now organizations, enterprises, financial institutions can tokenize instruments. The stablecoin phenomenon is going big. Tokenized deposits. Companies can make use of DeFi, and so the technology is now scalable and usable enough, and we're getting essentially gale force wins in our sales from regulators and legislators in the United States, and that's going to be great. It's going to be great for people. This ecosystem, this technology is all about empowering people and communities. It's all about making sure that people and organizations have economic, social, political, financial agency in their lives. So we need decentralized trust, we need decentralized rails. Decentralization enables censorship resistance, enables credible neutrality of platforms so that you can't get deplatformed. I guess the final piece is self-custody of your assets. And so if we can land all that, and if we can do it in our own ecosystem, which has gone really well for 10 plus years, and if we can now do it from inside the existing bigger financial ecosystem, because they really do appreciate our technology, then I think we will have achieved what many of us early in the Ethereum ecosystem wanted to achieve, which was to enable decentralized trust to permeate the whole world.
Which is incredibly relevant and important given that we are at the end of a trust super cycle, as you mentioned. And so now looking ahead, one chapter closes, the next one opens. The beginning of a new super cycle is this one with decentralized trust. And as we're looking at onboarding lots of these institutions, there's people that have been around in the community, in Ethereum for a long time. I think some people are very excited, but there's a subset of the people that, are maybe disillusioned by prices, could be fueling, some of the negativity, but also maybe something that we could call institutional derangement syndrome. Like they're not happy that, the institutions managing billions and trillions are looking at blockchain. They say, get your permissioned assets, with your qualified custodians out of my self-custody infinite garden. These institutions, they love programmability. They love transparent risk modeling. They can be a lot more efficient. They can be composable, but they don't have to trust one another. All of that is great, but they can do all of that without decentralization. I'm curious why decentralization is so important, and is the current institutional meta sufficient, or ultimately is this a stepping stone to a place that incorporates all of the ideals as well as the institutional pragmatism?
So I guess you have to look at who's actually disappointed or disillusioned with how things are going in our ecosystem. I've never been more bullish, and we continue to grow our ecosystem. If you blur your eyes, it's basically this this pretty rapid exponential, and it's very volatile. It's volatile because, excuse me, the global economy is cracking up, and it's really volatile, and we're the tail on the global economy dog, and so we're going to be even more volatile. As our technology matures, and as our tokens get more and more valuable, it's going to be harder to move them around. As with any financial ecosystem, I think things were really crazy with the degens in the 1500s and the 1600s, where they were trading shares of things in I don't know, different houses of imbibing alcohol and smoking pipes or whatever they did back then. And all these innovations came along and brought more trust and more structure and more standardization to those situations. And so we sped run all of that stuff. And so we were building our technology ecosystem on live monetary rails, and that's never been done before. And so globally accessible, wicked information asymmetries, and so there are a lot of good actors who are just trying to do, quote, the right things and build useful infrastructure for people and organizations and communities, but there are always people and groups that come in and see an innovation and try to copy it and do a bad job on it, or do some sort of corrupt looking thing. The core people in our industry think of decentralization as a design principle. Others in our industry have thought about decentralization as a marketing term, and have not been rigorous about how to build out the ecosystem. So we're essentially a startup economy, and startup economies take a while to, much longer than a startup company, to find product market fit, or I don't know, economy market fit, or something like that. I don't know how to express that. But things have gone incredibly well, and we have found essentially economy market fit at this point, and part of that will really go mainstream, is going mainstream as we build it into more and more systems in the world.
Yeah. And decentralization as a design principle is still very early. It's still very bullish. Decentralization as a virtue signaling marketing term, not so much. But pragmatic decentralization is still certainly here and important. And so now looking ahead, with the institutional adoption of some of the greatest capital allocators with the most resources at their disposal, right? They're tokenizing every asset. This is bringing a much more expressive, robust economy of tokens that are all coming on chain, all of these becoming composable with one another. Now we have regulation to support and bolster what a thriving ecosystem on chain looks like when you have a lot of these assets all mixed in on the same chains. Looking ahead to the future, how do we navigate what this structure, this market structure could look like when we have regulated financial products right next to Beyonce tickets? Like, how do we structure these things so that we don't mix anything that shouldn't be mixed, but we still have an open and composable world that we can transact on.
Yeah, so I agree with you that there is some virtue signaling in some projects, but a different interpretation of that is that there are different degrees of decentralization that are necessary and effective at different layers of the economy or of systems. And so at the base layer, we need rigorous decentralization. We need to define all the dimensions of decentralization, whether it's power grid, legal systems, data centers, protocols, number of clients, et cetera. And the reason why I and many people believe that Ethereum Layer 1 and the Metropolitan Ethereum ecosystem has already won and is going to grow dramatically is because Bitcoin was built at a special point in time. You can't do that again. Ethereum was also built at a special moment in time in which we had the best talent, the focus on rigorous decentralization, and we could spend essentially 10 years building layers and layers of enabling technology and scalability while focusing on doing the hard thing, which is maintaining rigorous decentralization. And there are always pockets of centralization that pop up, and we need to address those and build protocols to reduce the centralization. As the world builds on this rigorously decentralized layer, there's nothing wrong with having sufficiently decentralized consortium systems, sufficiently decentralized DeFi niches. I agree that with Vitalik that we should have some layer 2s that accomplish stage 1, stage 2. We should also have some layer 2s that build a lot of different kinds of database constructs. The Web 2 has SQL, NoSQL, vector, graph, object, so many different kinds of databases for different purposes. And in the Web 3 economy, we're going to need most of these databases to speak token because companies' assets will be tokenized and they'll need to connect to layer 2s and layer 1s, et cetera, to be part of the economy. So I think we're moving into a world where there'll be hundreds of thousands or millions of corpo blockchains where you put your smart contract applications and you invite your partners and your users onto your chain. And so virtue signaling may be a first stage in moving to sufficient decentralization.
I just have quickly two more questions. First is, given this trust super cycle coming to a close and this next super cycle opening, how should we prepare ourselves for this next super cycle? Maybe you can just illustrate what this next super cycle is as a result of this trust super cycle coming to a close and how we should prepare for it.
Yeah, so I can do it through what we're building in the form of MetaMask. So MetaMask was a tool for asserting your digital authority in Web3, for enabling you to maintain self-custody and control of your assets. MetaMask evolved into being a wallet and portfolio management, and MetaMask is now it's becoming a personal money operating system. It's a new kind of neobank that you fully own and control. The next super cycle is going to be all about decentralized rails. Web3 is going to be user-centric rather than Web 2 being corporation-centric, where you're the product and you're exploited and et cetera, et cetera. Under Web 3, we're going to be enormously empowered by AI. So we're going to be able to level ourselves up in real time. We're going to have our own digital twins that we're bonded with that help us understand things rapidly and help engage, help set up swarms of open claw personas with different kinds of skills, et cetera. We'll see it's moving really fast. And so it is about essentially taking control of our lives and operating through this infrastructure and through essentially your own financial system and your own persona cognition system that I'm already a hybrid human-machine intelligence with my phone and my laptop, et cetera. And so I look forward to expanding my hybridization, and I look forward to us all the humans and all the machine intelligences essentially hybridizing into a global organism that is pretty aligned as much as we can with what's going on around us.
It's happening. The last question, which I didn't originally have on my list here, but we saw Hester Peirce, SEC commissioner, backstage, and she wanted me to ask you what the SEC is doing wrong. And so obviously they've done a lot of great work. They've done, the SEC and the CFTC has been very active, much more so than the last administration. A lot of good work, but she's curious. What is the SEC doing wrong?
I take that question as a statement of the openness and the constructiveness of this new SEC. I love this new SEC. Paul Atkins, Hester, et cetera, are doing such important things for the United States and for the world. I guess we could ask what legislators are doing wrong, potentially. Some of them are blowing those gale force winds in our sails, and some of them are a little more resistant. And so we're still dealing with progressive elements of the Democratic Party that believe really big government and rigorous granular control over all aspects of human life is the right way to go. I disagree with that. I think we can build a decentralized AI saturated global economy that self-polices itself. And there's still big banks that are sort of trying to retain some of the unfair advantages that they currently have in the current system. It's all moving pretty well right now. And so the big banks should be trying to protect their advantages, but they're also ready to take advantage of the opportunities in our ecosystem. So I think it's going to move fast and well.
Awesome. Thank you, Joe Lubin, for your time and your contributions to Ethereum. Appreciate it. And, thanks, ETHDenver, for letting us go over time a little bit.
Discovery Houston, press to ATO.
Liftoff of mission 41D, the first flight of the orbit of Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery, go and throttle up. Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Who was partying last night? Okay, good. We have Ava Wang, who is coming to talk about the 10 commandments of liquidity incentives. Who's going to be, okay, I need to hear a whoop, whoop. All right, come on, Ava.
Hi, I was also partying last night, so I also feel you guys down there. But today, I'm going to give you a $4 billion education in DeFi capital retention. So what I'm going to share is 10 data-based commandments on how to design liquidity incentives. So what we looked at is 160 programs over 5 years, and what we found is that the median protocol lost half of its liquidity within a month of the incentives ending. And the outcome, as you can see, is very obvious, and it's very binary, that there is no middle ground. Either you retain 90% or more of your capital, or basically it collapses below 25%. So what we know very obviously is that liquidity is easy to attract but hard to retain. This is what we refer to as the mercenary capital that we're so used to in the industry. So hopefully these next 10 commandments can be applied to the way that you design your liquidity incentive programs so that it won't be mercenary, it won't be temporary, but will stay within your ecosystem. So the first commandment is thou shalt create protocol native utility. So pretty straightforward. Liquidity only stays when it powers something essential. Programs where liquidity directly supports core protocol functions retain nearly twice as much capital as those where liquidity is only farming token rewards. When liquidity generates real economic value, that can be through lending interest, staking yield, trading fees, or stability mechanisms, it creates a revenue floor that survives beyond emissions. Without that foundation, liquidity is rented and it's not owned, and it will leave very quickly. The second commandment is thou shalt not cliff, but taper. So how you end really determines how much of the liquidity stays. As you can see, if you have a cliff model where there's a drastic drop-off from the emissions or from the way that you're rewarding your liquidity, there's going to be an abrupt end and then for panic. However, if you taper, if there is a gradual decline, fee revenue and organic yield has time to replace a lot of the subsidies. And then if you want to take it one step further, you can actually combine vesting and tapering together, and that actually provides a 50% better outcome in terms of less exits as well. Our third commandment is thou shalt respect risk-adjusted returns. And what that means is not all liquidity is equal, right? Programs that are built around stable or blue chip asset pairs are going to retain far more capital than those that are built around volatile token pairs. Even when incentive APRs are identical, exposure to permanent loss and asset volatility destroys returns and accelerates exits. And so when these liquidity providers face unpredictable downside risk, no amount of emissions are going to compensate for that long term. Our fourth commandment, which is my favorite, is thou shalt convert depth into volume. So liquidity doesn't create value just by existing in the ecosystem. It needs to be used to create that value, right? So programs which successfully convert liquidity into sustained trading volume retain significantly more capital than that just where liquidity sits idle like in the ecosystem. So what you're trying to do is create a flywheel from liquidity into creating volume, and then that volume goes into fees, what then generates the APR, and then the fee revenue can begin to replace the emissions. Without the flywheel, your incentives are just subsidizing the unused capital. And so when your liquidity is deep enough and well-positioned enough, traders and aggregators are going to consistently route your trades through pools, and it'll start generating more meaningful trading fees. And then those fees can then, going into the flywheel, contribute to the LP yield, reduce reliance on token emissions, create a revenue floor, and make liquidity rational to keep even after the incentives taper. Idle liquidity is not an asset, it's a liability that's going to exit. Our fifth commandment is, thou shalt coordinate supply and demand. So both Near and Mantle are really good examples of this. Liquidity only works when it lands into real usage. So programs which synchronize liquidity incentives with product launches, integrations, we're able to retain nearly twice as much as those who are only focused on attracting deposits. And so when the liquidity arrives alongside live demand, it has work to do from day one. But when it arrives into an empty ecosystem, it waits for the rewards to end, and then it leaves. Sixth commandment is, thou shalt make liquidity providers governors. Because liquidity becomes much more durable when your providers are actually stakeholders, right? You want your ecosystem, you want everybody actually involved in how the programs are being run, whether that is emission control or fee influence, LP voting power. It really allows them to become stakeholders, and then there's long-term alignment. So governance is able to transform these mercenary LPs into invested stakeholders, even modest implementations. So an example is Velodrome. We're able to beat these traditional models where LPs were just in the system without actually having any say in how the system was being run. The seventh commandment is, thou shalt stack yields efficiently. So multiple income streams equals multiple reasons to stay. If you're stacking, staking yield plus bribes plus points, trading fees, base APR, token emissions, all of these things together, then you're able to significantly outperform those that are reliant on a single incentive source. So token emissions only, right? That makes sense because when emissions taper, diversified yield sources can soften this transition, and then single source designs will face binary collapse when the rewards decline. Our eighth commandment is, thou shalt match duration to development. So even though time alone does not create retention, but without time, demand can't mature. So a short incentive blast, so somewhere less than 3 months, as opposed to some of these longer programs that are 12 plus months, are going to consistently underperform these longer programs because in the longer programs, you have a fuller integration cycle, your ecosystem matures. Think about how quickly, crypto runs and works. Within this 1 month, you're really able to integrate this liquidity into all the various aspects of your ecosystem versus it leaving very quickly. When emissions end before the real usage can absorb the liquidity, then the capital is going to exit very abruptly. But when programs are structured with sufficient runway, organic fee generation can begin replacing subsidies before they taper. Almost there. So the ninth commandment is, thou shalt diversify reward sources. So kind of similar to the one before, single points of failure create single points of mass exodus, right? If you have your emissions ending very abruptly, but there's nothing else that is continuing to reward your LPs, they're basically going to leave. But if you have, token emissions, trading fees, all of these, future points and airdrops, and then your emissions end, but there's still something that's continuing to give, they're going to be able to stay much longer, and there's not going to be so much sudden flight. And our last commandment is, thou shalt use friction wisely. So I think we are always talking about frictionless trading, frictionless payments. Frictionless is usually a good thing in the industry, but actually friction can support retention, but only paired with real demand. So the three types of friction I'm talking about are lock periods, so time-based exit restrictions, tenure boosts, rewards for staying longer, and then exit penalties, costs for early withdrawal. And when you're able to use all of those with this real demand, you're going to keep your users in there for much longer. It can kind of reinforce the commitment that you want within your ecosystem, but then if you don't have real demand, friction is just only going to postpone the inevitable capital fight. It's not going to keep it from leaving when you do. Forced retention without economic value creates resentment, not durability. So there were 10 commandments that we just went through, and you might kind of be thinking, which ones actually apply to me? And my answer is all of them. So what we found over these 160 programs is that the programs that used 8 or more of these commandments had a 41x on retention. If you didn't use any of these commandments, right, you really did not have very much retention. So basically there is a correlation between how much you use of these and how both sophisticated and versatile you can design your liquidity programs to be in order to retain that capital, keep it in, and reduce the amount of mercenary capital that's within your ecosystem. So if you are curious about learning more about the actual programs, feel free to scan the QR code. There's a full 45-page report that really goes into all of the data, all of the information. And with that, thank you very much.
So I'm going to get that down right. So when to walk out on stage. Hello, everybody. Everybody awake? Can I get a whoop whoop? All right. You guys are beautiful. I love seeing you guys. Okay. I want you guys to welcome Austin Federa to the stage, like with a real shout, applause, and a whoop whoop. 1, 2, 3. Okay, Austin Federa.
There we go. That's a bear market whoop whoop if I've ever heard one. Well, hey, I'm Austin Federa. I am one of the 3 co-founders of 00. And 00 is a bit of a different type of crypto infrastructure project. So what we're doing at our core is we're trying to build a new internet. And we're trying to build a new internet from first principles, which is that the existing one is great for a lot of things, and it's not great at a lot of other things. So if what you are trying to do is secure and synchronize Bitcoin, if you're looking at a roughly 21 transaction per second, 12.5 second block time L1 like Ethereum, it's great for all those use cases. But if we actually want to compete with traditional finance and traditional Web 2 platforms, none of that actually runs on the public internet. You might think that Facebook and Google and Meta and all these companies run on the public internet. They don't. They run in private data centers, and they have some of the largest private fiber lines of anyone in the world. And so we started from first principles, and we said, if we're going to try and rebuild the internet suitable for fast execution environments, whether that's L2s or Solana or other alt L1s, we really need to look at performance first. We have to build something that has decentralization and censorship resistance built in, but not over-optimized for that, the same way that L2s do not over-optimize for that. And so this is where we came up with 00. So what is this network? At the end of the day, it's a deeply physical infrastructure network. And so this is a pretty famous GIF of a shark biting a subsea fiber cable. This is what the 00 network runs on. It is a physical infrastructure protocol, OSI layer 1, 2, and 3 in the stack. This is far below anything that you currently engage in blockchain, with the exception of like ASIC miners on Bitcoin. And so we're talking about, these are physical 00 devices. This is a high performance sort of off the shelf switch made by Arista. And what we're building here is a physical fiber infrastructure network that scales across the globe, reaches almost every market that we see significant amounts of blockchain infrastructure run in today, and can do this much faster than the public internet. So what do we mean when we say faster than the public internet? So the internet was not built for high-performance systems. It's built for low-cost reach, and it does a beautiful job at that. For $40 a month in New York, you can get a gigabit of internet that can talk to any other server anywhere in the world, and that is a monumental achievement of capitalism, but it's come at the expense of performance. So what we have here is we have real data on the internet versus 00. This is from LA to Singapore, 24 hours of tracking. So what you see here, all of this variability in ping time, this is jitter. And jitter is a measurement of how unstable a connection is. So we're all familiar with ping time. Ping time changes and drifts moment by moment and hour by hour. And so that's what's referred to as a system's jitter. And you kind of have this like large error band, and you can actually see the error, the average latency jumps up significantly at this point in time. This is when the ISP just decided to route our connection over a different pipe, like literally a different physical cable in the ocean that had worse performance than the thing we were on before, and that continues, and you see these random spikes all the way up here and then down here. And all of this is a killer for high-performance systems, right? If you build a high-performance system, what you want is serialized data streamed into it consistently in the order that it needs to be processed. And everything about the public internet makes that extremely difficult. This blue line along the bottom is the 00 network. So not only is it lower latency, but it's got functionally zero jitter on it. And this is used by all of the world's tech companies, all the world's trading firms. Basically anyone who's building anything serious in the traditional space uses private dedicated infrastructure because it's much more dependable and much more high performance than the public internet. Today in blockchain, nothing runs on it. So we set out to build a network suitable to run all it. So this is the 00 network today. This is fiber contributed by 15 independent contributors. So we build a software protocol, a blockchain protocol, that allows independent contributors to mesh together fiber connectivity. So this represents about 8.8 terabits per second in total capacity, which is enough to run every blockchain in existence tenfold on the network today. And the whole point of this is to allow folks to build systems that go faster and are more decentralized than the current high-performance architectures of today. So if we go to the next slide here, this actually shows you what entity is contributing the fiber to the network. And you can see there's this quite dense network of multiple independent contributors. And so in many of the top locations, you have a form of censorship resistance and decentralization. We have 3 different providers bringing multiple different pairs of fiber into this city. And so even if one piece of fiber goes down, if one provider decides they're going to censor you for some reason, there's lots of other alternatives to deliver data. And this is really like the scale of infrastructure we need to be thinking on if we actually want to compete with traditional finance. Like today, we talk a lot in crypto about competing with traditional finance. We do a very poor job of actually competing with traditional finance. Price discovery happens almost exclusively on Binance for almost every asset in crypto. The most successful crypto products in TradFi are stablecoins, which are great. I love stablecoins, but they're a completely non-competitive use case. Payments happen and payments have to happen, but there's no competition in payments. No one is trying to snipe you or take your liquidity or win a trade out over you. And anywhere where there's actually serious competition, traditional finance still runs circles around every execution layer in blockchain today. We're excited about 10 millisecond block times or 10 millisecond pre-confirmations, and that's an eternity compared to the nanosecond scale traditional finance is operating on. And so if we want to actually start competing with these folks, we have to go back to the base layer and say, what infrastructure is this running on? Most L2s today deploy their infrastructure in cloud providers. Almost every single one of them is built in a cloud. That's also true of most crypto exchanges. pretty much no traditional TradFi exchanges are run in the cloud because the cloud has huge performance hits and latency involved, even within these systems. This is why you'll have 10 or 15 milliseconds of jitter just in an AWS data center. And so even when we sort of in crypto say, well, we're going to compromise on decentralization for other characteristics, we're doing it in a way that doesn't actually get you all the performance benefits of that. And so the 00 network, it's live today. We launched it in October, and we have a bunch of real-world data on how much faster it's performing. And we started off supporting just one network, but now we're at a place where we're able to support all types of blockchain systems as well as non-blockchain systems that are interested in running on the network. And I'll go into a few of the other characteristics of it. But just to kind of go back, like everything in blockchain basically happens at like layer 5, 6, and 7. This is way further down in the stack. And so when we're doing these optimizations, it comes from a very different place. So again, I said, this is a blockchain protocol at the end of the day. There's core contributors to it, which are the people building the code. We have network contributors. This says 11 here. We're actually up to 15 at this point. These are the entities that are actually contributing fiber to the network. So this is a sort of type of DPIN project. And then we have users, which are validators, RPCs, traders, anyone who needs to communicate data faster than the traditional internet allows. But we can do better than that. So we can use multicast on networks like 00. Multicast is a technology that's been standard in most traditional finance for 10 to 15 years at this point. You have run into it in your own lives. It is how Sonos gets one copy of the music from your phone to 10 speakers in your house, Chromecast, AirPlay, they all work the same way. This is hardware acceleration of packet replication. So in a unicast world, every single destination a packet wants to get to is another data stream. This is why there's a tax. Every additional node in a network requires more bandwidth for the person sending it. And so either you need a huge amount of bandwidth on the sender node, or you have very complicated, very slow P2P data stream trees that propagate data all throughout a network. And this is why if you're running flashbots or something like that, you are locating next to the majority of the block builders so you have that data as quickly as possible. The beauty of multicast is the network switches replicate the data on behalf of the users. And so you can have multiple subscribers. It's very similar to like FM radio or something like that, where the number of listeners does not increase the amount of bandwidth used by the system. Multicast has been, this is the way that like traditional exchanges distribute price feeds. This is the way that YouTube and Amazon and all these companies move data around their private networks when they have to get it to multiple locations. This is how every single high-frequency trading firm in the world manages their data movement. It's not possible on the public internet. So you need all the fallbacks. You need the ability to run through libp2p or Turbine or RaptorCast or any type of state distribution system. But we can go faster than this, and it's time we actually start taking this stuff seriously, because if we want to compete with traditional finance, we can't be limited by running on technology that was fundamentally designed in the 90s for a very different internet structure than it is today. It's an achievement of blockchain that we're ready to do the thing that every major software company has done, which is grow up on the infrastructure layer. Facebook started off just building a software platform. Then they built their own servers. Then they built their own server racks. Then they built their own data centers. And now they're building their own subsea cables. And this is the journey of pretty much every successful technology company. Crypto is successful enough that it needs to start doing the same. We're already starting to build custom chips, right? There's from ASICs was the first implementation of this, but we have zero-knowledge prover chips now. We're getting into hardware as an industry. And the connectivity layer is going to be one of the massive unlocks that actually allows these blockchains not just to support 100,000, 1 million transactions per second, but to do it at speeds that are competitive with traditional finance, move price discovery off of Binance and back onto blockchain where it belongs, and actually start competing when we talked about tokenized equities. One of the questions I love is like, why is there functionally no foreign currency trading on blockchain? We have stable coins in all these international currencies. Functionally 0% of the FX market trades on chain. It's too slow, right? These are small basis point trades where a little bit of price movement really matters. And today, there's no blockchain system fast enough that where any serious volume of FX trading takes place. That's a failure. That's like, we've done all this incredibly great work in blockchain, but we're still not fast enough to really compete with traditional finance on trading. So where are we today? We launched our mainnet beta, which means there's still a few components that are more centralized than we'd like them to be for the long term. We've rolled out a bunch of new features on the network, and we're looking forward to a mainnet coming up. But even with mainnet beta, which is a permissionless network that anyone can join, we have a bunch of examples on Solana of how we can speed things up. So this is state propagation on Solana. This is a very Solana-specific graphic, but effectively on Solana, blocks are 400 milliseconds, and any alpha you can get on what's changed in the network is very important for trading. And so what we see is we have, across the board, hundreds of milliseconds of improvement, even within data transmission within Europe, let alone when we're talking about synchronizing data around the world, where this increases even more. By using multicast, Gino, which is sort of a MEV system on Solana, they were able to reduce their bandwidth usage by 99.96% using multicast. And so if we look at scaling out these systems, this type of bandwidth savings is really important. This is the approximate difference between this pool of water and this swimming pool. So this is where we're at. This is where we're starting to build things for high-performance systems of the future. And so, at this point, we're talking with a number of L2s as well, a bunch of Oracle systems about adopting the 00 network as an infrastructure layer. If you're building stuff, if you'd like to talk, I'll be around afterwards. And you can learn more at 00.xyz. Thank you.
Hello, we are back again. I am Kelly LaValle Hunt. I have a few guys coming on stage. Soft-spoken Andy is AKA a rapper. Apparently. Just kidding. I'm not going to put him on the spot. And this is Hasib. There you go.
Thanks, Kelly.
Thank you so much.
Really, really.
You are.
Thank you.
Can we get a round of applause?
Yeah,
Can we get a round of
come
applause,
on.
please? Thank you. Thank you so much.
She's waiting for that all
Crushed
day.
that intro.
Yeah.
Well done. Highlight of the evening.
Here we go, Steve.
Great. How's it going, man?
A little jet lagged from consensus, huh?
Okay. Yeah, a little bit. We both were in Hong Kong last week. I will say it was a little less sleepy than Denver. Denver, it seems like half you guys are asleep. How? I see somebody's literally got a blanket. Somebody literally has a blanket here. This is insane. I also don't know why they do this in like February in Denver. I feel like it's kind of an insane time to do a conference.
Yeah, it's cool, but it's nice. Good skiing this week. Tons of snow.
Is that right?
My voice is a little bit raspy.
Yeah. What were you doing last night?
Meow Wolf.
Meow Wolf at night?
Yes.
Okay. Wow. Is it really loud in Meow Wolf?
No, it's just a trippy spot.
A trippy spot, he says. Okay, got it.
Well, Haseeb, congrats on the big raise for Fund 4.
Fund 4, yes.
$650 million.
Thank you very much.
What do you do with all that money?
God, there's so many things we could do with it. Really, it's first thing you do is you just load it up into a bathtub. Just for the photo op. No, what do we do with the money? We invest in a crypto company. We're a VC. Those of you who don't know, we're a VC firm, and we raised $650 million. And we're going to use it to invest into new startups. So a lot of people in the space think that basically like crypto's cooked. They think the industry's dead. They think that nobody wants anything anymore. And I'm here to tell you guys that's bullshit. It's not true. I have never seen, I've been in this industry for almost 10 years now. I've never seen so much of a gap between the institutional sentiment and the retail sentiment. Like institutions they're fucking jazzed. They are so excited about what's going on. They love stablecoins and payments and blockchains and tokenization and DeFi. They think it's all super cool. And retail is like, it's all over and it's never coming back. So I remember when we posted on Twitter that like, hey, we raised this new fund. A bunch of people on Twitter were like, wait, who gave you money? And the answer is that institutions gave us money.
Yeah.
It's institutions like crypto. They still like it.
Same ones that you've been working with previously. I know you can't
some
speak on
same
too
ones,
much.
some new ones. So we have a lot of really. I can't say their names because we have to be respectful of their confidentiality. But a lot of institutions you guys have heard of are bullish on crypto and they want to allocate more money in the space because they see that real stuff's happening, real adoption's happening.
So we've not really seen too many mega funds in crypto. I think Pantera had a $1 billion fund on A16Z as well. But, we've not seen like $5 billion, $10 billion raises. And I think when people saw your raise, they were wondering, okay, so how do you actually strategically allocate this much capital into the current environment, right?
Yeah.
We're in a low liquidity market. It's a bear market, at least, price time wise. How do you actually allocate capital in size in the current environment? How do you think about that? Is it early stage, Series A? Talk to us about kind of like the allocation strategy and how that pertains to the state of kind of early stage.
So look, we invest anywhere from like 3 million on the low side to like 30, 40 million on the high side. So that means that you're going from seed, Series A, Series B, and potentially even, a few things as you're following on to those investments. So some of the companies that we've invested into recently, things like Polymarket, things like Rain, which is a crypto stablecoin card company. Things like we recently led around into Mesh. We're big investors in Athena. These are all really at scale projects. They have significant revenue. They can absorb a lot of capital. And there's more and more companies that are coming to light that are really pushing the vanguard forward. So I don't know if people saw the recent announcement of this project called Conway. Kind of went super viral, got Vitalik talking about, oh, hey, this is bad for crypto. The intersection of crypto and AI is just starting to blossom. You can start to see that these models are just starting to get good enough that they can actually manage money and start to do things that are beyond just, okay, we have a meme coin and we have a chatbot and we threw a meme coin on it, right? Which is a lot of what crypto AI meant last year or the year before. Now we're starting to see more of a reality building there, and I think that's going to be very rife for potential investments. But then a lot of what we invest into is just, the kind of brick and mortar stuff of investing into DeFi. At this point, it's kind of boring to talk about, but DeFi is still one of the big things in crypto that works, and there's still a lot of new stuff to get built there. Same thing with, payments, stable coins, like all this stuff that's just like the kind of blocking and tackling of making the industry do the next 10x.
Yeah, so we've kind of coined this term neo-finance for this kind of payments, stable coins, RWAs, kind of encapsulating this. It's almost like the whole, DeFi in the back, CeFi in the front.
Mullet.
Yeah, right?
That's right.
But kind of extrapolating on that, we've been in a very chain-centric world, I think, and just getting a bit more deep into like some of the thesis. What do you think about the transition from like a chain-centric world to a more asset-centric world as we onboard more tokenized assets, as stablecoins grow? We're starting to kind of think that assets are going to be are going to go through the process that early stage chains did. You need a DEX, you need a lending aggregator, you need a vault, you need your NFT, whatever, right? Assets, let's say we're tokenizing a private credit or a CLO. They need a DEX to swap, Securitized and Uniswap, Apollo and Morpho. They want to lend their T-bills. Then they want to do a vault. Like, just talk to us about kind of the more asset-centric view.
Yeah, that's an interesting way to characterize it. I'd almost do it the other way around, which is that what you see increasingly from chains is that it used to be, you need the checklist of, you need Uniswap, you need Aave, you need this, you need that. Now increasingly it's like, oh, you need BUIDL. Yeah. And you need to pay up to get BUIDL to come launch on your chain, because if you have some new ghost chain, BUIDL doesn't show up for free, right? You have to go pay them to incentivize them to go and launch there. Same thing with USDC. You want to get native USDC, you got to go pay up to get the assets on your chain as opposed to just the protocols on your chain. I think that so like all this will continue, and I think what you also see is that there's a lot less churn in chains and infrastructure. Right? It basically was, I think we might be on the last or next to last cohort of new infra, in the sense that there's just not that much room to compete now in creating the next layer 1, the next layer 2, unless you are bringing your own distribution. If you're trying to take someone else's distribution, it might just be too late, in the same way that for social media, there was a critical period where almost all the social media companies got built. Basically by 2010, everything you think of as social media company was already built, right? So Facebook, LinkedIn, Snapchat, like all that stuff was already existent. It was small, maybe, much smaller than it is today, but it was already there. The only new one really was TikTok, right? That came up after 2010. So it may be the same thing for blockchains themselves, is that basically every important blockchain is now there. And that doesn't necessarily mean that there's not going to be more shifting. It may well be that Ethereum gains market share, loses market share, Solana gains, loses, somebody else starts to gain and lose. But the ability to start today and to be able to gain market share, you have to be really extraordinary in the way that TikTok was able to really push the vanguard forward. I think the same thing is likely going to be true for infrastructure. Now, the last thing I'll say is that it may well be that the next big shift that we see comes from the advent of AI as an intermediary between the user and the application, right? So let's take, for example, the Clarity Act. Clarity Act, right now, it looks like on Polymarket, it's like 78% as of this morning for the Clarity Act to pass this year. If Clarity Act passes, there are going to be potential guardrails and or requirements for front ends to do KYC, to do some transaction monitoring, stuff like this. Now, one way, like the paradigm here is that like, well, that's going to work because you have to go to uniswap.com to go and trade on Uniswap, right? And if you go there, then you got to do this KYC and blah, blah, blah. But you can imagine a world where people tell each other like, hey, if you want to go swap on Uniswap, don't go to uniswap.com, just go type it into Claude that you want to trade on Uniswap. And Claude will just like one-shot a Uniswap interface for you. And when you do that, when that's your interface, when the AI is your interface and not the website, then yeah, you don't have to KYC if you're just like creating your own vibe-coded front end, right? Or even less, if let's say you don't even have a front end, and you just tell Claude, yo, go buy me this thing on Uniswap, and it just does it for you all within text. In that case, okay, one, now the interfaces don't matter, right? The interfaces are now completely cut out of the story of how people interact with smart contracts, okay? Second thing that does is it changes the way that you do marketing. It changes the way that you do competition. You're now no longer telling your model, use Uniswap, right? You're just telling the model your intent. Your intent is trade this token for that. You don't give a shit how it gets done. So your model very well may just say, look, I'm going to go try 1inch, I'm going to go try Uniswap, I'm going to go try CowSwap, I'm going to go try something else, see what gets me the best price, and that's how I'll execute. And on a certain level, it doesn't even need to ask you. Like, why would you know? You're an idiot, I'm an AI. I can go check everything instantaneously. So the extent of like brand loyalty, lock-in, like all this stuff changes in a post-AI world. So I mean, this is true on the consumer side to some degree, and that's part of the reason why you're seeing the SaaS apocalypse in the NASDAQ. But in the crypto world, because crypto has no lock-in, crypto has no user accounts, crypto has there's nothing keeping you in a walled garden in crypto, right? And we always talked about how that changes the competitive dynamics in crypto, but then we never really saw it, right? It kind of didn't really happen. Uniswap is insanely sticky. And we don't really have a good explanation for why, other than that people they know Uniswap, and so they go there. But in a world where AI agents are sitting in front of you, the way in which protocols are going to compete changes. And that's interesting. I don't know exactly where that goes. I don't know how that happens. But that, I think, is really going to change the dynamics of how protocols work and interact with each other in the next, call it 3 to 4 years.
A couple of side quests here. Have you used OpenClaw yet?
I have used OpenClaw. Yeah.
What do you use it for?
Not much. I mean, it's obviously not super secure, so it's not something you want to be.
A ton and
Well, it's like I'm not like I don't have like a self-driving Gmail that I'm hooking up my OpenClaw. I think that's insane.
Yeah.
But right now, I just it's like a little Telegram bot. It has some read access to some stuff that's pretty low security for me, and I just kind of play around with it, see what it can do. The reality is that it's something that I think people are going to. I think here's what's going to happen, is that there's going to be kind of a 2-track world for agents. The first track is going to be the big labs, right? So obviously OpenAI hired the OpenClaw founder and is backing the OpenClaw Foundation. And, Sam Altman said that OpenClaw represents a very important path of development for OpenAI itself, right? Like they see agents and agents autonomously doing things on your behalf is going to become more and more important. That being said, OpenAI is never going to run a YOLO, run your Gmail, use a credit card without asking you agent ever. They're not going to do that because it's insane the amount of liability they would get. They just imagine the stories of somebody wakes up and they're fired because their OpenClaw did some crazy fucked up shit. They emailed their boss something insane or spent all their money. They wake up and there's thousands of dollars in Amazon bills. That's not going to happen. OpenAI is never going to do that. So there's going to be this second track, which is the crazy hobbyist.
Like the Wild Wild West type of thing.
Exactly.
DeFi
And
summer,
that's the
2020,
DeFi side. That's the DeFi side, right? Coinbase doesn't allow you to trade everything.
Right, exactly.
But you go on Uniswap and you go buy Fartcoin
Whatever you want.
all these crazy rug pull stuff. And you just, buyer beware, brain damage is on you. And that is where all the real crazy innovation is going to happen of people who have these quote unquote self-driving companies, right? Where the company just runs itself, emails itself, does, that is where you're going to see incredible amounts of innovation. And the vast majority of people are going to have no idea that it's going on. They're not going to touch it. They're not going to be aware of it.
So you put out a pretty good piece as of yesterday. I think it was crypto was not meant for humans.
Yes.
It's meant for agents. And we've kind of orbited around the core of it here. Maybe just give us the core idea.
Yeah.
Why was this technology built for this next era? Are we not going to be using it in the same way? How's this going to change?
Well, so, okay, I've already sketched out a little bit of what that looks like when your agent is doing things on your behalf and it's the one interacting with the blockchain, not you. Yeah. There were a lot of stories that people used to tell about crypto. One of the stories they used to tell was that people are going to use smart contracts instead of legal contracts. Right? When I first came in the industry, 2017, people talked about that all the time, right? And here we are 10 years later, and no one's doing that. No one's doing that. I'm a VC fund. I'm a crypto VC fund. I back crypto startups. We both know how to read smart contracts. We're using legal contracts, right? Why? The answer is that it's easier for us to understand the failure modes and the happy case for a legal contract than it is for a smart contract, even for us. That said, for an AI agent, it's the other way around. Okay? For an AI agent, they can really trivially understand code. They understand code way better than they understand contracts, right? You read a legal contract, if you're an AI agent, you're like, well, I know what this says, but where is this going to get adjudicated? What country? What jurisdiction? What circuit? Who's the judge going to be? Who's the jury going to be? It's totally random. You cannot predict these things. It's by design that you can't predict these things. Whereas in code, you know exactly how the code is going to get adjudicated every single time. And so if you're an AI agent, and I'm talking to another AI agent, if I'm entering into a legal agreement with them, then, okay, how am I going to drag you to court? How do I know where you are? How do I know how any of that's going to happen? I have no clue. But if we have a smart contract, I know exactly how to enforce that against you, right? Because it is self-enforcing. So, and you add to that all the foot guns that exist within crypto, right? Of long, unreadable cryptographic addresses, approvals, all the subtle ways, you have to read the exactly address poisoning attacks or, the URL was one little character wrong. Humans suck at all of that. Right? And I've never been afraid of accidentally transferring money in my bank to North Korea. but I am afraid of doing that with my crypto wallet, right? And like, I've never stopped being afraid of that. And that means that, look, the reason why is because banks were designed for humans. Crypto was not designed for humans. Crypto was designed for autistic software engineers who existed in 2013 when they dreamed up all this stuff and they were like, oh yeah, obviously everyone's gonna read the code and understand what the smart contract says, right? And like, no, that's not what we're doing. We're not doing that. But AI agents are more like autistic software engineers than they're like the rest of us. And so that's why, in a sense, this is exactly what the cypherpunks thought they were building for. They ended up building the exact right product for a user that didn't exist yet. But that user is an AI agent. So in that world where the AI agent is that canonical user, I think many things about crypto that are bugs today become features. Many things that make crypto hard actually make crypto easy. It's a lot easier for an AI agent. Let's say we talk about this, it's two paths that AI agents are gonna use. One is gonna be, okay, OpenAI wants to be your personal butler. And it's gonna say, hey, you're running low on toilet paper because we have some smart house wired up thing that I can tell your toilet paper is low. I'm gonna buy some toilet paper for you. Click this button to authorize it with your Visa card. You have to click the button. They are not gonna do it for you. Because if they do it for you, you'll wake up and you're just like, hey, why did you buy like thousands of rolls of toilet paper or whatever? You're gonna run a chargeback. Visa's gonna be like, yo, you authorized this or you didn't authorize this. If you didn't authorize this, Visa's gonna be like, we're not gonna let you just YOLO things while you're asleep and then claim that it wasn't you. But in crypto land, crypto is designed for no takebacks. Right? There's no chargebacks in crypto. So if you're asleep and your AI agent is just doing stuff, crypto is the perfect substrate for that. It just automatically works in this world where buyer beware. If you run into a wall or smack something in your face, you eat it. It's on you. And that is the exact right way for futurists and people who are taking a lot of risk. It's the exact right apparatus for them. And that's why I claim that AI agents are going to be one of these places where you see crypto get used more and more and more.
Guys, does anybody have a question?
Yeah.
But every other cryptos they will touch, there is always human in the loop, validators, no transparency. In case they will have some survivability, able to buy their hardware wherever they can invent their own Bitcoin.
Yeah. Okay, so great question. So the question is, why won't AI agents invent their own money? And I think the answer is very obvious. AI agents are smart, and they care about the same things that we care about, which is that they want to accomplish their goals. And the proximate way to accomplish your goal is to use the currency that the most people accept, that's the most liquid, that's the most transferable. And so I think somebody asked me will AI agents use stablecoins? Because stablecoins are centrally controlled, Circle can turn them off, blah, blah, blah. And the answer is look, AI agents are not stupid. They're not stupid. They're very practical, right? Go talk to an AI agent and go see how it's very practical. And it will just tell you I'll use whatever's most useful. So AI agents will use credit cards if you let them. If you give your OpenClaw a credit card, it'll just use a credit card. I think Visa will eventually not allow you to do that for obvious reasons, but right now you can just do it. So I think the answer is that AI agents will use whatever everyone else uses. They want to use the thing that's most accepted and most transferable and most liquid. Most likely that's going to be the same crypto assets you and I use.
Ladies and gentlemen, I run a podcast called The Roll Up. We are on YouTube, X, Twitter. You got to follow us. Follow Hasib on X, Dragonfly. Thank you guys for watching, for being here. And let's give a round of applause for Hasib.
Yeah. And let's wish this guy a good sleep.
Wake up, buddy.
Yeah. Sleep well, man.
We're going to have the next speaker at 1:55, just letting everybody know. You can take a quick bio break.
and be back for 155. Hello, everybody. Kelly LaValle Hunt here again. Happy to see you guys. Next, we have on the stage a guy by the name of Graham Bodie, but I keep calling him Graham Bell, which is kind of funny. Anybody get that? No. Okay. Exactly. Thank you. Well done. Who gets the buffacorn? I'm going to give you a unicorn. I have a unicorn in my pocket. Graham Bodie to the stage, and later on we're going to have some talks about public good, so if you're interested in that, please stay around for that. But for now, Graham Bodie to the stage. Put a round of applause together. Woo woo!
Thank you. What's up, ETHDenver? How you guys doing? Good, sweet. We're not operational here. 1 second. There we go. Well, finally, something went parabolic. 13 million dead tokens. And that curve last year went vertical. 11 million failures in 2025 alone. I spent most of last year contributing to the problem. I was building a meme coin battle platform, mass deploying tokens for a living. It's not exactly what I imagined doing with my engineering degree. But somewhere in there, I noticed something. I was building a way for tokens to absorb each other. And that word absorb led me down a rabbit hole. It turns out that consolidation is how every market in history has matured. Railroads in the 1800s, 33 major lines consolidated down to 7. That's how we got our national rail network. In oil, Rockefeller rolled up 33 independent refineries into Standard Oil, one of the most valuable companies in history, built through acquisition. This is basically a law. Markets fragment, then they consolidate. Winners absorb losers and value reconcentrates. And this is the current playbook too. Instagram to Facebook, $1 billion. WhatsApp, 19 billion. GitHub to Microsoft for $7.5 billion. Disney didn't create Marvel, Pixar, and Lucasfilm. They acquired them, rolled them up into a content empire worth hundreds of billions of dollars. Every mature market has M&A infrastructure, the plumbing that lets assets combine. It's so fundamental, we typically don't even notice it. And here's how it works. Every financial system evolves through 3 phases. The first phase is creation, the ability to form new economic entities. The next phase is liquidity, mechanisms for trading and price discovery. And the last phase is consolidation, the processes by which entities absorb and combine. Crypto absolutely nailed phases 1 and 2. We have token standards, thousands of launches a day, DEXs, AMMs, derivatives, 24/7 trading, instant settlement, the most sophisticated markets ever created. But phase 3, it doesn't exist. And here's the thing, there is M&A activity in crypto. $8.6 billion in 2025 alone. But all of that happens at the company level. Teams merge, treasuries combine, and lawyers get paid. You can merge teams, you can merge treasuries, you can coordinate governance, but you can't merge tokens. And tokens are the layer where liquidity actually lives, where network effects compound, where value resides. Take the ASI Alliance, Fetch, Ocean Protocol, SingularityNet, 3 major AI protocols merging into a single $7.5 billion entity. That right there is a success story. Months of coordination, millions in cost, thousands of holders manually migrating, hoping that they don't miss the deadline. This right here is what winning looks like. Meanwhile, we have the technology to do this for a few dollars in a single block. We built half a financial system, and then we stopped. And there is a cost to this. Winners cannot acquire, losers cannot exit. The whole market is frozen at launch phase. So I dug into the numbers. I analyzed fragmentation across DeFi, bridges, and infrastructure. And the directly measurable fragmentation tax, $1.5 to $4 billion annually in slippage, redundant operations, and stranded migrations. But that's the ongoing bleed. The real cost is the graveyard, value that was created and then permanently erased with no way to consolidate. Nowhere illustrates this better than crypto gaming. $37 billion in peak market cap destroyed. Axie, Sandbox, Decentraland, all trading 98 to 99% off their all-time highs. But gaming is just one vertical. Meme coins, AI tokens, DeFi forks. This pattern repeats everywhere. And I know what most of you are probably thinking, speculative bubble. And you're absolutely right, it was. But bubbles happen in traditional finance too. The difference is what companies do with them. You see, at peak bubble, AOL bought Time Warner. They converted inflated equity into a strategic asset. Facebook used overvalued shares to acquire Instagram and WhatsApp. They converted temporary speculation into a long-term strategic position. Axie at $10 billion couldn't acquire anyone. There was no mechanism to absorb competitors, consolidate communities, or use their market cap as M&A currency. When the bubble popped, there was nothing underneath. No acquisitions, no consolidated network effects, just evaporation. The problem isn't that bubbles exist. The problem is that tokens can't use bubbles the way that companies do. That's why this talk is called the $40 billion graveyard. It's a conservative estimate for a much bigger problem. I mean, you saw it. The graveyard isn't just big, it's growing faster than ever. So I kept asking myself, how did we miss something this obvious? Smart people, billions in capital, a decade of development. And I think I found the answer. Actually, two answers. The first is technical. ERC-20 was designed for simplicity. Balances and transfers, that's it. The standard never imagined structural transformations. And even if you wanted to create a merger primitive, you'd hit immediate walls. LP positions are a nightmare. Uniswap V3 positions are NFTs. Liquidity locked in different AMMs with different mechanics. How do you consolidate something that doesn't have a standard format? And gas costs. Iterating over millions of holders' balances to update them, it's prohibitively expensive. So we just came to assume that the only way to consolidate would be through manual migrations. And manual migrations are exactly what we've done. MakerDAO Sky, $25 million spent, going on 18 months, a 90% conversion rate, and that requires escalating quarterly penalties just to get there. 176,000 makers still left behind, over $250 million stranded. That is the state of the art. But the technical barriers, those are solvable. The engineers solve hard problems all the time. The real barrier was conceptual. We fell into what I call the immutability trap. You see, immutability in crypto is sacred. Transactions are permanent, the ledger doesn't lie. But somewhere along the way, we conflated the immutability of transactions, which absolutely is sacred, with the immutability of logic. We convinced ourselves that token relationships are frozen forever. But think about it. Uniswap is on its 4th version. Aave upgrades constantly. Governance votes change parameters all the time. Most tokens these days are deployed with upgradable contracts. We've already come to accept that protocol logic can evolve. We just never applied that thinking to token relationships. We came to accept that tokens just live as these independent, stranded entities, forever separate, forever unable to combine. But the constraint was really never immutability, it was predictability. If token logic can change predictably, rules are declared in advance, execution guaranteed by code with no human in the loop, then consolidation becomes possible, on-chain, automatic, and trustless. Not a migration, but a transformation. So what does this look like? A token declares at launch, if governance approves, I can transform into the approved token at ratio X. The rules are set in advance. The mechanism is deterministic. When the conditions are met, whether that's governance votes, time locks expire, whatever the rules might be, every holder's balance transforms automatically. No migration portal, no swap contracts, no 6-month nightmare. Like a stock split, but structural. Tokenized holders wake up holding token B. And here's the key insight. We don't change the token, but we change what holding the token means. Think of it like a lens that sits between the token and the world. It holds merger history. It knows that token A was absorbed by token B at a 2-to-1 ratio. So when you check your balance, you're not seeing the old token, you're seeing what you actually hold now. Storage never changed, but the interpretation did. That's why LP positions keep working. Stake tokens don't break. DeFi just works. Nothing actually migrated, the meaning just updated. There's no iteration over holders, no gas costs that scale with holder count, just bounded operations regardless of how many people hold the token. And here's why that matters technically. Every previous approach to token transformation has been ON. You have to touch every holder's balance. 1 million holders means 1 million state updates. That's not just expensive. For any decent token, it's impossible to do within a single block. But this architecture is O1. One state change. The merger relationship gets updated once. Every balance query resolves through that relationship automatically. It doesn't matter if there's 1,000 holders or 10 million holders. Same gas, same cost, same block. That's not an optimization. That's a different category of the solution. So I tested this. I built Token Merger Protocol, 15 production contracts. It's live on testnet today. You can try it. And it works. Token A merges into token B. All holders' balances get updated automatically. Think about what this means. Crypto was supposed to build a parallel financial system. Trustless, permissionless, no middlemen. And we did. For creation, anyone can launch a token. No investment banks, no IP roadshows, no gatekeepers. We did it for liquidity. DEXs trade 24/7. No market hours, instant settlement. But consolidation and M&A? That still runs on lawyers, investment banks, and 6-month timelines. We built 2/3 of a trustless financial system and then handed the last third back to the suits. This primitive changes that. On-chain private equity, not as a metaphor, actually on-chain. Imagine a DAO that acquires distressed tokens at a 90% discount, executes mergers with no lawyers, compounds value across a portfolio, or sector roll-up funds that consolidate fragmented verticals. No investment bankers, no 6-month deals, just governance votes and deterministic execution. This is what crypto was built for. We just forgot to build this part. Creation, liquidity, consolidation. Crypto completed the first two, the third was missing. Now, I don't have all the answers, but I do know that this question is right, and I've been working on it. So if anyone's interested in this, please come find me afterwards. I'd love to chat about it. Thank you.
Hi there, everybody. I'm back. Kelly LaValle Hunt here. Whoop, whoop. Just to let everybody know, there's going to be a DJ outside at 5 p.m. Just letting everybody know it's going to be bumping. So right now, I'm going to welcome two amazing guys to the stage. One, I know him as ETHCC, and the other one, I know him from the EF. So please welcome. I need a very big round of applause for these guys. They need a buildup of applause and whoops. Please welcome to the stage, Thomas and Jerome.
Hello, everyone. Woo! Hi, everyone. Oh, we have a timer now. Oh, is it 17? 17 to talk about quantum money. Quantum money. All right. I've had a look at the agenda, and there has already been a lot of quantum talks. So I will take it for almost granted that everybody has a rough idea about what we are going to talk about here. What do you think?
I have a rough idea, yes.
Yeah, okay, so I applied for a talk here saying I'd like to talk about something that's almost there for Ethereum, but we have a plan for it. And also something that I think is going to give Ethereum an edge against every other blockchain. We have a plan for quantum, and we have a plan that's already running out. Maybe you can give us a few elements of what's the plan for post-quantum Ethereum in 1 minute. Well, 2 minutes.
No, I think the most important thing is to look at it from the perspective of there's DevCon Bangkok, and Justin Drake goes on stage and says, and for a week, people were saying that Justin will have a huge announcement, right? Like that stealth announcement. Nobody will know what he'll announce. There'll be something huge.
Was it the croissant?
No, it was in Bangkok.
Yeah.
In Bangkok, and then Justin Drake went on stage and says, and everyone was expecting this massive momentum with Ethereum changing and showing how aggressive. And Justin went on stage and says, "This is our 5-year plan with the roadmap." And the message later was that, oh, Ethereum will move so slowly. It's 5 years. There's nothing now, and in 5 years, everything else will be so much ahead. Now everyone is worried about quantum, and that 5 years roadmap is 2 years into the roadmap. So we see the quantum roadmap that is 5 years is lean Ethereum. It's not only quantum, it's a lot of other things that Justin and other researchers have been working on for, now I'm worried about this 1 minute, have been working for the last 2 years. And it's going really on schedule, or probably even ahead of schedule. Now it's accelerating with researchers running AI and formally verifying things with AI. The example, I think Alex Hicks ran AI formal verification of some of the signature code base.
Yeah.
And moreover, what we're doing, we're reintegrating that branch of foundation research into the protocol roadmap. So we want to propose at the EF the next 5-year protocol roadmap and present it to all core devs. And it will see, among the other things, I don't know if it was published. I think it was meant to publish yesterday, but I think they're still waiting. So when it's published, it will show what we do with quantum, what we do with the state, what we do with further scaling, and so on and so on. And yesterday you had a blog post about this year focus of the protocol team. So this is hardness, scaling, and UX. So we continue with scaling and UX, but there's hardness part as well, which talks about security of the protocol. And when you think about hardness, it's really security, post-quantum security, and all the aspects of saying this is the slower path, but also faster than anyone who's not thinking about it and who hasn't worked on it for the last few years.
But yet we have an authority that started the clock. The clock is ticking for quantum. We have the National Institute for Standard and Technology, the NIST in the US, that said by 2030, ECDSA should start to be decommissioned. What that means is that if you have a fiduciary duty, typically you're an ETF emitters or you're a listed company that is buying an asset that is relying on the CDSA, you should be having some security risk assessment, I'm storing Bitcoin and Bitcoin is not quantum ready, so I have to disclose that I have this kind of assets, which means that by 2030, we should be quantum ready in the blockchain industry. We should be thinking very hard of this problem. And there's a discrepancy between the threat that it represents and the amount of capital and the amount of public research that is actually being done in the blockchain space on this stage. And yeah.
I'm thinking about that tweet from Nick Carter when he said, look, the way developers and the markets look at this thing is totally different, because developers think, I have to fix it before that quantum point where really everything collapses. But the developer will think about it, if we ship it one day before, it's fine. But the markets think about it, if you don't have it ready and fully tested like 3-4 years before, then we move our money away. We don't invest in this technology, this architecture, because we just don't have certainty, and when we introduce too many technology risks.
So you can ask around or to researchers in the quantum space, researchers in information, in computing, and so on. You can ask them, like, do you think that we already have quantum computers that is able to break ACDSA? So you have publications like Google and so on saying, like, oh, we reached this amount of qubits, we reached this amount of things, we reached this amount of things. Those are publications of what's going on. But the reality is probably a little bit higher. And if anyone has a computer that can break the signature that you have on Bitcoin, you wouldn't know. Like, at some point, someone will do these kind of things. And the whole internet that is relying on certificates that is based on asymmetric signatures is at risk in this case. And there was, Nick Carter saying that he thinks the threat of quantum is important for Bitcoin. It's really simply put, like, you cannot differentiate Satoshi finally moving his coin and someone breaking Satoshi's keys and moving his coin. That would be a pretty nice big short, the blockchain big short, moving one of Satoshi's coin after breaking the private key and putting an OP return such as sell Bitcoin, buy Dogecoin, something like that. You wouldn't know.
Yeah, I think that, so I'm not an expert of Bitcoin, but I think that calculations, depending how you calculate, was around 6 million Bitcoins at risk, and 1.9 million if you just look at the historically publicly exposed coins, I think, because of the old style of issuing signatures. So I think that for some reasons, all of the Satoshi's coins are at risk, or like 1.7 million there. So, and this is huge. This is a huge threat, and I think this is the biggest problem because it's political, right? Like, so people will start deciding: is it that you should freeze those coins, or you should allow them to just float as a bounty? But if it's a bounty, then if people that look at Bitcoin as a market, they'll say, oh, okay, so we have this 1.7 million Bitcoins floating and being dumped on the market, and who controls them? Most likely one of the governments.
Yeah, so there's things we need to touch point on. Like, let's not talk too much about the other chains and focus on Ethereum, but nevertheless, transitioning from pre-quantum to post-quantum means that we change the signature algorithm. So transition scenarios are more or less achievable, more or less realistic, depending on the chain, depending on, and so on. And when it comes to, let's say, Bitcoin or Solana, quoting Justin Drake, if you switch to the best candidate that we have right now, which is N-True Falcon for quantum signature on the blockchain, because the signatures are small and quite costly to generate off-chain, but easy to verify on-chain. If you put that kind of signature in the other chains, you're going to have a 10x less performance in terms of throughput for the blockchain. So you have to rethink your architecture. You have to rethink how the blockchain works. So it's a challenge for blockchains that are historically very high on the throughput of number of blocks per second. And it's also a challenge for blockchains that are conservative in the way they handle their code base. But that's not the case for Ethereum. And I think we have an EIP coming up on the next upgrade to make N-True Falcon a precompile. That's right?
Yeah, I mean, like, so it's. I wouldn't maybe go that far to say it's not a challenge, as it's like that you will not be slowing down things like whatever speed you're operating at. I think that it really you're slowing down because the signatures are much larger and the throughput will go down. But the teams at the foundation are showing us like a lean sig and the signature aggregation targets, and they set the targets for the size of the signatures and for the throughput, for the latency, and all of that is being like progressing very nicely. So we see the results, and if you go to leanroadmap.org, I think you can see this being tracked across all the teams, and you can see results. So this is very promising, but there are many other problems. Like, because the same way as you have the old addresses in Bitcoin, you have the same situation in Ethereum. You have some addresses that didn't move Ether for many years, and if you start a transition process, how you will address that problem. All those addresses have to be frozen. Vitalik proposes that emergency approach where you kind of freeze the addresses, but you can unfreeze them with the ZK proof of holding the pre-image, the seed phrase. So that's one thing. The second thing is the process itself of moving accounts to the new approach, to the quantum signatures. So you see the first proposals of the IPs now, 7702 propose how it could handle signatures, quantum signatures, or like non-ECDSA signatures. Then there is Kohaku suggesting this is how we can do AA, account abstraction, with quantum signatures. And then there is like entire lean roadmap, but you have consensus layer and execution layer side of the signatures. So the consensus layer has additional question about aggregation. So how you create those signatures, but also with aggregations. On the execution layer, it's mostly, you can do that in steps. Like first introduce account abstraction, like more like smart contract level, quantum signing support. Later, you can start thinking of those being on the protocol side. So it's a gradual progression on the roadmap over 3 to 5 years. It's very important that we finalize all the specs. But I would say it's too much to say. It's more like one group of people finalize the specs that they believe in. It's a very strong set of researchers, and they focused on that many years, and they had very reasonable assumptions. But now is the stage of showing it to all the core devs, to show it to all the community, and you have that governance process where they come back and say maybe they never looked at it, and now they suddenly start looking at it. Yeah. We've seen with EOF and so on, and that's why you have to be so much ahead of it. Like even if the threat is 2030, 2035, you really have to sing research, implementations, verification, testing, and the governance process. Everyone accepting the same approach.
Yeah. Totally, there's to say that the objects in the mirror are closer than they look. So typically we weren't expecting, I think, AI to be so powerful into formal verification and so on. But like so you said that there's two approaches. Like we need to look at this from the execution standpoint, so the mainnet EVM, and the consensus layer, right? So you said 7702, that's a new type of transaction that lets you declare a smart account to invoke your account.
No, I'm like, so I've just seen yesterday, I think, Greg the Greek, wasn't it from you? No? Maybe. Okay, no, Greg and I mean, I think they proposed the updates to 7702 that would support different type of signatures. So I'm just giving examples that something is coming from outside of the group of people that are working on quantum. And this is the governance now. Because of those announcements, the governance start activating everyone else to think about quantum and what other proposals, what we didn't take into account. There shouldn't be anything. Ideally, it was probably like 50 to 100 people working on it. But it might be.
So let's come back to this attack of I'm breaking ECDSA and I'm moving Satoshi's coin, like sending a big short, like sell Bitcoin, buy Dogecoin, something like that. That will be a moment of realization that, oh, well, maybe someone has enough to break ECDSA now. Let's take a cautious approach and tell people that it's time to migrate. It's time to upgrade to quantum, post-quantum Ethereum. So am I right thinking that the modus operandi would be, okay, guys, just declare a new smart account and your True Falcon signature for this, and then we can gradually migrate the execution layer?
So I think everyone is talking about these two stages of quantum threats. Like first one is when you have significant amount of time to break the account. So if you know the public key, because the public key was published to sign from the given EOA, and whoever has the quantum computer that is ready to break the signatures, maybe they try to break it over 2 or 3 weeks or months or so, and then they break it, and you think that the accounts with a big amount of ETH that already published their public key could be broken this way. The second thing is like in flight, when you didn't publish your public key, but you start transferring assets, and then the quantum computer is fast enough and the algorithms are efficient enough, the error correction and so on, that you can break it within seconds since the transaction was published, and you can intercept it and do like a bit of like MEV access. So this should come much later, which means that we should have this first signal if it happens that already someone is capable of breaking accounts. But then people are even talking about that anybody who would be in ownership of the quantum computer that can break this
should be arresting.
They would try to hide this, and they wouldn't attack the accounts where it would be obvious initially. So,
but other things are at stake. Like, talking about staking right after, but privacy on blockchain. Let's say Monero, the ring signatures are breakable on this approach. So as the EF and Ethereum took a big step towards institution on making easier and for users as well to work on the privacy side of their transactions. Post-quantum transactions to make sure that your money transfer stays private is also a challenge that can be addressed in the same way. But from the consensus layer point of view, we have a challenge with BLS. BLS is just aggregation of signature, which is very practical for the proof of stake of Ethereum. So there's two paths, I think. Let me know if I get this wrong. There's two paths. Either finding out a way to properly aggregate and-true Falcon signature, or get over it and use ZK proof stocks, basically.
Like the either Falcon or hash-based signatures, I think that's the approach. And now here you're getting technical enough where I would say in the last weeks when I was reading everything that researchers are posting about it, I see those changes like the hash-based, the stories, the Falcon, and you want to dig deeper into the final decisions because I talked to Nico and Justin, and because in January they were merging all the roadmaps. So this probably is the time when it's most dynamic of what will be the final paths. But I think the aggregation will be based on the hash-based signatures and the XMSS. But I would send you to Lean Roadmap for technical details. I don't want to go too deep into this. And
so baseline scenario, we have a plan and we're executing it, and apparently faster than we thought.
I think so. I would say that when you have a 5-year roadmap and after 2 years you think we are mostly on time, this is already great.
the last mile is always the hardest one.
No, and now you know that generally the roadmaps are accelerating because you have such powerful tools to deliver. So I'm very optimistic about this roadmap on Ethereum, especially that like January was super strong signal when the researchers and engineers met at the EF and they said like, yeah, we have a roadmap that we believe in and this is okay. And we are ready to publish it and start having conversation with everyone. Like the Lean Ethereum was totally separate from everything else that we were doing, and many people were feeling very uneasy, saying like, "Oh, this Lean Ethereum is totally different. They operating like it's different Ethereum. Why these researchers are not working with the rest of researchers?" You know those tensions when you manage the teams and you say just go two paths. And now those paths are merging, and this is a very strong signal that people feel comfortable about what they chose.
We have 10 years of no downtime and 10 years of a history of 10 years of setting up the standards. Like it's an evidence that Ethereum is the standards and EVM is the standard, like across many different chains, many different flavors of Ethereum that have been tried out either as L2, either as a layer 1. And now we are about to own the narrative of the quantum transition. Like the new standard is getting ready for quantum, and the clock is ticking again. Like 2030, it's 3 years from now, so it's getting there pretty fast. And I believe it's a really good segue into telling the institutions that, hey, this is going to be ready, and picking Ethereum is going to make you safe for the next 10 years. And for the users, your Ether-based assets are secured as well.
This was super important for me. When I thought we've been working 5 years already on post-quantum security of Ethereum, but this year is when many institutions started feeling very anxious about it. So what we really are doing this year is not suddenly starting to work on quantum, we just start to communicate about it. Because if we communicated about it last year, people wouldn't listen because it's like, oh, that's far away. Now they started panicking and we say, oh, we are prepared, so let us show you what is there on Ethereum and how we'll lead that transition to post-quantum security. And it creates this full understanding. People will want to read more about what Ethereum has been working on, and they will see the 5-year roadmap that's in the middle and saying, here we are. And it was like research, testing, building, speccing, building, and we aren't building. And all the other chains will be seen suddenly as underprepared, and they start to have those governance stresses. That's great.
Yeah, Ethereum edge against everything else and above everything else, it's brain power and the talents that it attracts. And with quantum challenges, we have an outstanding way to shine.
Yes, and we run out over time. So the quantum clock was ticking, and we are over time. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.
So good at this, and this is my last announcement and introduction. But I want to take about 20 seconds, and I've asked William if I could actually properly introduce him. Back in 2012, I read the white paper. 2013, I joined Twitter, which is now X, because I needed to find people that were in the crypto space. One of the people that I started following was William, and he's about to come up here and talk. He actually then produced a book that actually walked with me through flights. I was in the data center industry. His book was in my ear all the time on audio, The Business of Blockchain. And it taught me a lot. And I strongly recommend listening to this book or getting this book making notes in it. It became kind of my blockchain Bible. And I can't stress enough how wonderful and enlightening and insightful this book was at the time. And I would go through immigration lines and I would stand there and listen to William's book. And so it is with great pleasure to be able to announce William and introduce him to the stage. And while I was in the data center industry, I then joined a company called BlockApps, which was an enterprise blockchain. Well, I made it into a enterprise blockchain solution in 2016, 2017. It was the first company to incubate out of Consensus. And they also sponsored the Museum of Ethereum, which is very interesting if you guys haven't gone to see that. So without further ado, William, please come to the stage. I need you guys to, big round of applause. And hopefully he will tell you guys about his new book. Thank you, William.
Thank you, Kelly. Thank you. So today, I'd like to reframe how we value Ethereum, not just as a blockchain competing against others on some metric, but as a public goods infrastructure unlike any other. So I'm going to talk to you and present to you my valuation framework for seeing Ethereum in this new and important perspective. Because if you use the wrong framework in valuing Ethereum, you are going to misprice it, just as it is mispriced today. Right? So I'm going to give you, only have 12 minutes or so. This is the executive summary version. I wrote the report on it, about 40 pages. If you want to read the whole thing, just go to ETHMRC.com and you'll be able to see the whole version. So this is just a teaser, and let's get started. What drove me to come up with this valuation framework was the fact that I was very obsessed in trying to figure out and answer this question: why aren't fundamentals driving crypto prices? As you well know, today, just about anything that is not related to crypto moves crypto prices. One day it's the geopolitical situation, another day it's the US dollar, it could be the interest rates, it could be what Nvidia did, what the NASDAQ did, what the regulation did or did not do. It's always external factors that determine the prices of cryptocurrency. And whenever something wrong happens in the world, crypto is the first sector to get dumped on, and it's the last one to recover. So I thought to myself, there must be a better way. We've been in it for almost 15 years. And then I kind of realized that there's a segmentation here. There is no one size fits all. So the sector that's kind of the most forward thinking right now in terms of being able to see metrics is DeFi. DeFi, you look at the DeFi protocol and you can see the total value locked, for example. That is like assets under management, so we know how to understand that. The treasury is a reflection of the balance sheet strength. The fees are revenue, and the volumes are about having reached product market fit. So DeFi is not perfect, but it's directionally correct. We can look at a DeFi protocol and see these metrics and say, yeah, this protocol is doing well. Then the second sector was that I looked at were the so-called, I call them revenue chains. These are the chains that are obsessed with revenues, obsessed with transaction fees, and they say, some of them say they are decentralized, but it's not as decentralized as Ethereum. And I put in that bucket the Tempo of the world, even the Solana of the world or the Canton of the world, because these are centrally managed. They are run almost like a SaaS business. Some of them want to be profitable. They like revenue, and they like gas fees, and they extract all of that for that benefit. Then we have Bitcoin. Bitcoin is a special snowflake. It likes to be perceived to be like gold, like digital gold. Unfortunately, it hasn't done very well recently. And digital gold or gold usually does well when there is uncertainty in the world. That's the stress test that gold is good for. That's why the metals are moving up. And then we have Ethereum, which is another special snowflake, and that's really what I'm going to talk about. Now, why are we doing this? Why am I, there is a precedent. There's nothing too new here, and the precedent is the internet. When the internet started in '94, we were also very, it was very difficult to try to find the right valuation. Just to give you an idea, at the beginning, in '94, '95, you know what the most important metric was at the beginning when the business models were not so mature? It was eyeballs. We were measuring page views and banner ad impressions. That was the beginning of the internet. And then things evolved better. Progressively, there was revenue. The SaaS companies came along, and we could measure the retention factors, the life cycle of a user. And then recently, companies like Facebook, Uber, and these big companies that are on the internet now, their moat is the ecosystem. It's network effects. And we have some very sophisticated ways to measure their valuation and to have Wall Street look at them very seriously. But look how long it took, almost 20 years from where we started, right? And then we ended up in something more sophisticated and less sophisticated. And we are kind of in this area right now with the blockchain, where what we are looking at is not necessarily what we're going to end up looking at in the future. The analogy with the internet is very striking when it comes to Ethereum. At the structural level, here is the analogy here. At the very low level here, the protocol level, Ethereum is like TCP/IP. Okay, and then we have the access networks, like the layer 2s. And then what's interesting here is that where is most of the monetization in this stack? The monetization is at the highest level, the applications. The applications on the internet that's where all the big companies are. Same thing is going to happen here with Ethereum. The monetization is going to be here with the apps and what the institutions are doing. However, this monetization depends on a good systemic layer that is a foundation. So you value this layer based on how much is going on here as well. That's how the internet is valued. That's how we need to think about valuing Ethereum. Imagine if TCP/IP had a token. What would it be valued at? It would be very, very valuable, right? In the same way that we don't value the internet based on TCP/IP packet fees. So why should we value a blockchain based on transaction fees? That misses the whole boat. And if anybody tells you, go and measure Ethereum against gas fees, give them that analogy. The other analogy is that there's been very credible studies to value the internet specifically. And it kind of went into three buckets. There's the visible value. It's the companies that are on the internet. There is the flow value, which is like the equivalent of the digital economy, the GDP. And there's been an assumption that the internet is about 15% of the global GDP. Global GDP is about $100 trillion. 15% of that is 15 trillion, more or less. And you capitalize that, you get 160 trillion. And then there's a consumer surplus, very interesting number. And then here are the numbers on the, this means that this is the amount of money. If somebody were to take away search engines from users, apparently users would be willing to give up search engines for $17,000, give up email for $8,000, and then so on. And this is how you look at the trust surplus. It's important because I'm going to give you the analogy for Ethereum. Let's do quickly a quick definition about public goods. What are public goods? Why is Ethereum like the internet? Because there's the non-rivalry aspect. It means one user's activity doesn't reduce another user's activity. Anybody is open to get in. It's like the roads. Anybody can come in and use the roads. They are a public good, or infrastructure, electricity, and so on. It's not excludable, meaning that anyone can use the system. In the Ethereum analogy, anybody with a private key can use the system. And the same thing with public infrastructure, with GPS signals, for example. And it is systemically enabling, meaning that it creates more value than it captures. That's a very important point. The internet creates more value than it captured. The internet did not get big by capturing all the value. And Ethereum is growing by creating value around it. So in the same way as we value the internet, we can value Ethereum, again, against three buckets: captured value, what we see, the flow, economic flow. This is all of the activity around the L1 and the L2s, the DeFi, the institutions. And then there's the trust surplus, same analogy, but now the numbers are different. Trust surplus, again, it's what users would have paid for something, minus what they actually pay. It's kind of the surplus, it's the difference. And in the Ethereum space, it's been, this is my own approximation, about $50 to $150 in net trust surplus per year per user, assuming there's 20 to 30 million users, then you capitalize that and you get a number. But now, this is per user. There's a systemic surplus as well. Think about all of the reduction, cost reduction, fraud reduction, settlement assurance reduction, permissionless innovation, all of that, you add them up, even if it's 1 to 3 basis points, meaning 0.1 to 0.03. These are big numbers on trillions of dollars, and you get some billions additional of value for Ethereum. This is a lot more than what we have today. So low case modeling today, Ethereum should be at $1 to $1.2 trillion. This is today. This is like 3 times what it is right now. And if we extrapolate into the future, you can see how the progression will be. And then if you put in a price here, I know you like to look at prices. What this means, $1 trillion of valuation at Ethereum for Ethereum would be $8,000. It's 4 times what it is today. Okay? And then this is how you calculate how it gets in less than 10 years up to $166,000. It is not far-fetched because the internet, same thing happened with the internet. For a long time, we didn't know how to value it, and then we realized that it is valued quite a bit. Markets misprice Ethereum because the token supply obscures its systemic function. It is not all clear. So the paradigm shift you have to think about, I'm skipping a little bit here. Don't think of fee-based valuations. Think of flow-based valuations. Don't go the rabbit hole of TPS comparisons. Look at the economic settlement, trillions of dollars. Don't look at the short-term revenue. Look at the long-term trust minimization. How much trust minimization, trust surplus benefits Ethereum is generating. And it's not just about comparing speeds and fees, one blockchain against another. It's about adoption. Ethereum's valuation is not the sum of its revenue. It is the sum of the world's dependence on it. And the architecture of trust is breaking. This is why Ethereum is rebuilding it. That is the thesis of my next book that was hinted about. I announced it yesterday. It's going to be called Trust Shift, in one word. I'm coining that term. Ethereum and the reinvention of trust, where I'm going to expand even further how trust is being rebuilt from old traditional models to new neutral blockchain-based models based on Ethereum. Because I believe that Ethereum is the only blockchain that can do this at the scale that we need it. You can go on the Shift book, sign up, you'll get updates. It's going to be published in September. Thank you for your attention.
right, guys. Thank you for joining us. We have a slight change with MCs. I'm Lionel Williams. I'll be your MC here today. I would like to introduce a unicorn. No, literally, he's the co-founder of Unicorn ETH. His name is Griff Green. I'd like to give it up for you guys.
Woo-woo! This is my horn right here. I not only did I co-found Unicorn.eth, back in the day, I also did this thing called the DAO. And the DAO is a classic story of something that could only happen in crypto. We were the largest crowdfund ever at that point in time. We raised $150 million and really proved the concept of capital formation in Ethereum. And then we were very famously hacked pretty quickly. But in that hack, in a story, something that could only happen in crypto, we were able to recover all the funds, give everyone the money back, and somehow everyone involved actually made money, even the hacker. And now things get even crazier. The DAO Security Fund is being born, and we have $150 million still. I don't know. The DAO is just a crazy story. Now, the way this happened, and then let's just do a quick recap for people that may not have been hanging out in 2016. The DAO raised $150 million, but at the time, that was 14% of all Ether in existence. So this was 12 million Ether, because Ether was only $12.50. Then the hard fork rescued the hack, right? But the way the hard fork worked is that people who had DAO tokens, they could get 1 Ether for every 100 DAO tokens. But this only represented about 97% of the money that was put into the DAO. The other 3% was distributed by a team that I led. I basically led the entire recovery effort for the DAO. I mean, the hard fork, I only coordinated a little bit with the Ethereum Foundation, let the nerds cook, you know? But for the recovering the funds for that 3%, I managed that whole process, and I also managed the process for the White Hat Group, which rescued the other 70% that the hacker didn't steal. And when the hard fork happened, a parallel dimension opened up where the hack still happened, and they called that chain Ether Classic. And so we had 10% of all Ether Classic, and the hacker had 4% of all Ether Classic. And so we recovered that ETC and sent it out back to people, and that's how everyone made money. So fast forward 10 years, about 99.3% of the Ether from the hard fork was claimed by DAO token holders. The other 0.7% is like mostly people who lost their keys or people that are hodling DAO hoping for a numismatic value. The other main recovery system was the Curator multisig. We were able to distribute about 80% of those funds to the rightful owners. And the White Hat Group distributed about 85% of those funds to people on ETC. Now, this $150 million, it's actually, the DAO has way over $300 million in its current contracts. But this 150 is coming from these edge case funds, this 0.6% of Ether that the DAO had. Why are we contributing to security? Well, that was always the intention. When me and the other 5 volunteers that stepped up to manage the edge case recovery system, solutions, we put it in a blog post, hey, after January 31st, 2017, the unclaimed Ether will be sent to a not-for-profit entity to support smart contract security. We never did that. So it was a strong hodl, though, right? A good investment. And the reason it came about now is sort of out of necessity. First, PC from Seal 911, co-founder of Seal 911. And if you don't know Seal 911, if you ever get hacked, find the Seal 911 bot, talk to them, they'll talk you down and protect you. This is probably the biggest public good Ethereum has to offer. It's like anyone who gets hacked, Seal 911 is the 911 to call. Well, he was talking to Fade from Wintermute and said, hey, man, we need money. And Fade was like, dude, I saw $20 million in this multisig, and maybe it was supposed to be donated to Ethereum security, but it never happened. I think it's Griff's. You should talk to him. It's obviously not mine, but. So then PC messages me, I'm at Burning Man, and I don't usually answer my phone, but dude, when the founder of Seal 911 calls you, you're kind of scared shitless, so you respond. Luckily, I wasn't hacked, which is what I thought. And he was like, hey, what do you think about this? I was like, we'll talk when I get out of the dust. And I started talking to other curators, the other 5 volunteers that were managing these funds. And we were debating it because it's kind of nice not to do anything, right? Like just let people claim it and it's fine. I mean, I want to support smart contract security, but it's a little scary. We didn't have a legal entity. We didn't have any of that stuff. 2016 was different times. And then the balancer hack happened. And all of a sudden, like AI supporting black hats and hacking old code, like the contracts that we're holding at the time in August, and Ether was like twice the price it is now. We were managing over $300 million in contracts that were written when Solidity was like a couple months old. Like there were definitely bugs. We just didn't know what they were, but they're probably bugs. And then, not to mention, we had 6 keys that were public for 10 years. And this is before MetaMask, okay? There were JSON files on our computers. It was super sketch. And we needed to do something because doing nothing was actually a huge risk. And we didn't have a professional solution for managing $300 million worth of crypto. So what we did is we were like, staking. We can stake the Ether, earn rewards from staking, and actually use that to professionally protect these systems, the funds, and we'll have so much left over that we can actually create a security fund. And that's how the DAO Security Fund was born. What is security? Well, it's all this stuff. There's a lot more than smart contract security that we need to support in this ecosystem. So much money goes into audits, but what supports wallet UX? What helps threat monitoring? There's a lot that comes into security. Luckily, though, we have a lot of money, so it's pretty awesome. Like we have in the DAO Curator multisig, the 20 million that Fade found. Like that was that we have to start our fund, right? And we also have the big portion of funds actually comes from the extra balance withdrawal contract. This is withdrawals that we're keeping open. We're keeping all the withdrawals open. But this is the big pot. This is people who paid extra during the DAO token sale. They paid more than 1 ETH for 100 DAO tokens. And so actually Nick Johnson tokenized those claims back in the day. And then we have this withdrawal contract that people can claim, and they can still claim today. Those claims are open, and they're going to be open forever. But to protect those funds, we removed most of them, all but 1,300 Ether, and started staking them. And that's where we're going to get most of the funds to fund Ethereum security. And of course, we're not alone in this. The Ethereum Foundation is our partners in crime, like all the time. We're gonna work with them to actually support Ethereum Foundation, to support Ethereum security. And we're already working with them. Actually, in the same week, we both gave a huge donation to Seal. Those heroes that I just mentioned that are constantly helping people who are hacked and phished. They don't have a great funding stream because they're helping people who get hacked. Like you don't usually tip after you've been hacked. So we're providing the funding, but the heroes are on there in the front line. And this is really the way I see how Ethereum security gets funds. There's executors out there, probably in this audience, that are supporting in OPSEC and threat monitoring and all the cool things that we need to secure Ethereum. And then there's the Ethereum Foundation and the DAO Security Fund funding these projects. But we're funding it in very different ways. So the Ethereum Foundation is kind of top-down funding. They pick the big bets, they have all the research, and they make their calls. We're trying to fund things from the bottom up. We're doing it the DAO way. We're holding true to our name. So we're going to work with the ecosystem to really figure out how do we fund these things. And there's a couple levels to that. The first level is, of course, the curators. So these are the people that we added to the Curator multisig. They're pretty cool. They're pretty good people. Vitalik, Taylor, Jordy, PC, Avsa, me, and Lansky. We all have our specialties, but there's not, I could spend 20 minutes just talking about what rock stars these guys are. But in the end, this is how funding will happen with the DAO Security Fund. we'll have an application for round operators. These are people that are building DAO tooling. Think like a futurarchy project or deep funding or quadratic funding. Someone who implements these kind of tools. They're going to apply and say, this is how our tool works. And then those 7 rock stars that I had on the screen before, they're going to decide the scope of the round. Like, is it post-quantum research or is it white hats? They will decide the scope, the budget, how much money are we going to spend, and which round operator we're going to use for that round. We'll probably do rounds quarterly. The EF is going to work with us to do eligibility criteria. And then the round operators will, set up the round, market it, bring in people to apply. There's going to be like the round operators apply, but then the round operators have projects apply. And the real crux of any kind of decentralized distribution is in the eligibility criteria. As long as we're good with eligibility criteria, wherever the money goes, it's going to good places, right? So this is another place where we really want support from the ecosystem, experts, security partners. We need help applying the eligibility criteria to make sure we only have good actors in the round. And Giveth is going to support in everything else. Giveth is basically doing the round operations, the operations for the DAO Security Fund and supporting to keep like a solid thread around each round operator. And then, of course, we actually run the round. So running the round, in DAO-style distributions, there's voters. There's people who, our goal is to stay above Dunbar number, above 150 stakeholders, giving input into each decision. And to do that, I'm announcing something today. ETH security badges. So this is for the top 200 Ethereum security researchers. We're going to distribute 200 NFTs. One person, one vote, not any of the crazy, monetary DAO stuff where you have a token that goes up and down. This NFT is not for trading. It allows us to get the experts, the brains, the big brains that know what we need in the security space to actually participate and decide where do these funds go. There's other benefits to having this NFT, like if you happen to be a white hat and you hack a project with that coin, just rescue the money, hey, I got my NFT. Like everyone will know you're a good guy. It'll be a cool NFT, and I wouldn't be surprised if people put this on their LinkedIn. It's kind of cool to be labeled one of the top Ethereum security researchers. So that's what's happening. This is the DAO Security Fund. And this is really a bottom-up effort. That means I want to talk to you. I want to know, what do we need to do in security? How do we make Ethereum better than the banks? I got in here 10 years ago, and I thought by now we would have something that we could offer to people that is better than a bank account. And I think the big problem we have is it's just not safe enough. Everyone in here knows someone who was phished or hacked or lost money in one way, bought some stupid shitcoin. That was a scam, right? I don't know very many people who have problems with their bank accounts. If we fix security, we can make Ethereum the financial backbone of society, maybe even the civil society backbone, the infrastructure that we use for everything. And that's the goal of the DAO Security Fund. So thank you guys so much for listening to my rant.
to ATO.
Liftoff of mission 41D, the first flight of the orbit of Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
right, guys, thank you so much for sticking around here. Let's give a round of applause just for you guys right now. Come on now, give me some energy. There we go, there we go. All right, next up, we have Liz Kuka as a moderator. We also have Bessa Maserati and also Elizabeth Cohen as a guest here speaker. They're going to be talking to you guys about tokenized securitized loans and saving the housing market. All right, give it up for the team.
Thank you. All right. Thanks for joining us, everybody. I'm going to kick off by having our two guests and go ahead and introduce themselves. Elizabeth, you want to go first?
Yeah. Hi, my name is Elizabeth Kuzma, and I am currently with Lane 3. I am a community builder by nature, and I've been in the actually regional and local economic development space for about 10 years, and in crypto, in education and partnerships for the last 4.
Hello, everyone. My name is Bessa, and I've formerly been a financial engineering fellow at Lane 3, so doing financial modeling. And I'm currently doing research on the convergence of renewable energy markets in emerging markets with high compute operations like Bitcoin mining and AI infra.
Thank you both. I won't bore you to death with my resume, but because Griff Green mentioned Ethereum Classic, I was the former executive director at Ethereum Classic Labs a million years ago. And with that, I'm just going to set the stage for this panel. So today, there's a housing shortage of over 7 million homes, affordable homes in the United States alone, and that's really the focus for the conversation, even though we know this is an issue across the world. If you include workforce housing, the shortage goes up to more to 10 to 11 million. And this is a $500 billion plus either problem or opportunity. And so that's really what we're going to be talking about today. Let's make this, no longer so much of a problem, and how do we fix it? And so with that, I'm hoping that, Bessa or Elizabeth, one of you can go first and share, generationally speaking, what are you seeing today when it comes to, do people still want to buy? Are they renting? Like, what's the trend? What are you seeing? Bessa, I know you've shared before something about rent shaming or homeowner shaming or something on social media. So maybe you can kick us off and tell us what you're seeing, and then we can also talk about some stats.
Okay, yes. So I'm a Gen Z, and I'm always on social media, on X, on Instagram. And a lot of millennials, they do talk about, you should stop rent shaming. There shouldn't be this huge emphasis on home ownership. And I think that's partly due to this cultural shift in the US, particularly, where you're going from more family-oriented communities to more individualistic. You're okay with living in a hacker house. You're okay with renting, not just because of culture, of course, but because of the cost of living that has increased. People are getting married later in life, and like I saw a survey somewhere that said like 40% of millennials do want to own homes, but they have all these kinds of things that are hampering them. So I think we have to take into consideration that it's not just like a pricing problem or like, the housing crisis, it's too expensive to buy a house, but also this shift in culture and how they approach psychologically if they want to own homes, if they want to have families pass on assets. Homes historically have been that big asset that people want to pass on to their children in the future.
And I'll also say, owning a home and owning property is one of the only wealth-generating mechanisms that we have. And so it is important, and has historically been important, to own property, whether it's property that has a home on it or not. And so, as people also live longer, it is harder to pass down a home because, your parents or your grandparents are in that home for longer. And I'm a millennial, and we faced the economic crisis of the mid-aughts and the lack of housing overall, and then just a job market that didn't allow any of us to earn enough to own a home. And then, you had private equity come in, and private equity has been a huge barrier in terms of home affordability. And I will just say, personally, anecdotally, I bought at the bottom of the last market, and there's no way that I can sell my house and get an interest rate anywhere near what I have. And so I'm locked into my home, for better or for worse. So there are a lot of market forces at play in terms of why housing is so unaffordable and why the shortage then is so high across every metropolitan region in the country.
So to add on to that a little bit, in 2020, that's when 2021 interest rates were like 2 to 3%. And so you had this big rush of folks wanting to buy a home who now don't want to sell or move because they don't want to take on a 6 to 7% interest rate. So what you have is, you have a market of demand. You have a lot of people who want to buy, but they can't. And then you have a lot of people who are unwilling to sell because of those rates. We know that in this last 2025, only 20% of first-time home, for the first time in years, only 20% of homes sold were to first-time home buyers, so it's pretty low. And Elizabeth, I think you told me that the age of 40 is now the age when someone buys a home for the first time. And so, you know, right now we're just setting the stage and like, what's going on? Like, what's the lay of the land with both owning and renting? And so with that, can you both speak a little bit to like real estate development, okay? And so not just like the Blackstones, like kind of like the big ones, but just generally speaking, like why is it that if there's such a huge gap, why isn't everyone building more? Why isn't there more affordable housing, more workforce housing?
Okay, so I can start first with speaking about some solutions that we have seen in recent times, like this year, as it regards to like housing, improving the housing or alleviating the housing crisis. There are two approaches from the demand side and the supply side. Demand side, we saw from a macroeconomics standpoint, right? We saw the president saying, instructing Fannie Mac, Freddie Mae that they should buy in the open markets $200 billion worth of their mortgage-backed securities so that they can hopefully push down interest rates. And then you saw him saying, like you said, the private equities instructing that institutional, what are they called? Institutions that own 100 to 500 plus homes shouldn't be allowed to buy more single-family homes. And then on the supply side, that's where you now talk about how can we give more capital to builders. And one of the problems that we see is that when you look at the traditional financial institution that you can apply for loans is banks, right? And as builders in affordable housing, they're a different kind of client, different kind of profiling, credit score, and bankers have like these Basel IV regulation requirements that say, you know, you need to have more capital in order to give loans to these kind of customers. So they are unwilling to take them on. And then what are your alternatives? Your alternatives is like private credit firms. Maybe interest rates are more expensive there and eat into the profit margins of these affordable housing builders as an example. So that's like they have to move between all these kinds of.
And you also have like small business development corporations. You have other grant organizations that are able to provide a certain amount of capital, but not enough capital. So to build affordable housing, you know, the margins are inherently smaller. And so many bigger lenders just simply don't want to take that on. And also you are then having to piece together a lot of different capital partners, which takes a really long time. It's very fragmented. Even if you can sell low-income housing tax credits, you know, that can take up to 2 years. And so basically the capital stack to get a house either to rehabilitate a home or to build new affordable housing it's extremely fragmented and it's very slow to be deployed.
I guess something to add to that is if you're trying to make more money, you're the first thing you're not thinking about is like, oh, I'm going to go build affordable housing because the margin's going to be so much smaller for you as a real estate developer compared to if you build luxury housing. Even though the right thing to do may be affordable workforce housing, it's not always the most attractive. And so that's clearly part of the problem. And so with that, you know, how in the world, so we're here for blockchain and digital assets. So let's shift over a little bit and talk about, you know, how does Web3 solve for this?
Okay, so I can talk about, because the title is, how can tokenized securities solve the housing crisis, right?
How?
So when you think of that, you think of, real world assets, tokenized securities. So what we have been thinking about is, you know, in your head, without like singling or shilling or doing anything like that, like you have to think about a platform that matches those capital needs of the builders, right? If they can't find funding from alternative sources of funding in a suitable amount of time, how can we have a platform that bridges capital needs of builders in affordable housing with investors, whether it's institutional or retail investors? And one of those products, one of those vehicles can be tokenized loan obligations, right? If you are into finance, maybe you remember mortgage-backed securities, but it's like that kind of platform allows you to pool capital coming in from the target investors, institutions, retail investors, and match it to the needs of builders in affordable housing, as an example. And you have all kinds of things in place. You can have staking, you can have encryption, you can have whatever guardrails your team would decide to do. But I think that would be a good vehicle because it would allow fractionalized investments, increased liquidity, transparency if the platform you're building on is like a public blockchain or something like that.
And I don't know how many of you have worked in economic development, but the kind of builders who build affordable housing, sometimes it's a portion of their portfolio, sometimes it's all they build. So it's a mix of the actual type of builder. But what's really interesting about this type of builder is they have very low default rates, right? And they know exactly who they're building for, and they know exactly what they're building. And generally, they've been doing it for a really long time. And so from a risk mitigation perspective, focusing on this particular builder profile is a really good test case for this type of token, right? So it's a way that we can actually use all the crypto that all of us like to make or have made or want to make and actually do something with it that isn't going to disappear quickly. It's not going to fail because we know that these are securitized loans. And we also know that then it creates it mitigates an economic challenge at large that we are facing as individual neighborhoods, as cities, as regions, as a nation, as a world. And so you actually create a bedrock layer of a stronger economic opportunity for everybody. And that allows for prosperity in a whole bunch of ways for generations to come. And so focusing on affordable housing as a way to use tokens in the real world not only is an investment for the investor, for them to get yield on their return, especially because we're focusing at Lane 3 on short-term loans of only up to 18 months. But then you're also laying the groundwork for future economic development in your city or in whatever city that these particular loans are based in. So you could, for example, you could invest in loans all across the Eastern Seaboard. Or let's say you really want to focus on affordable housing in California. You could diversify your particular investment if you were an investor in this kind of token, to meet your interest as an investor. So we think there's a lot of ways where, like Bessa said, you can fractionalize these loans, you can allow more people to participate, and you can also show regular normie people, that blockchain rails, the liquidity they offer, the speed of deployment they offer, the secondary liquidity options they could potentially offer, aren't just a scam. And as somebody coming from the real world, from normie world, this is like the thing that we still have yet to prove. And I think opportunities like this, where we can show that there's real utility for our crypto dollars, is really super interesting.
And so what does that look like? Tell me more about that in practice. So you mentioned short-term loans. Like, how is it any different than a long-term loan? How is it any different than a mortgage loan? Like speak to that a little bit more. And then also if you can speak to interest rates, or like what's the return on investment? Like how does this suit the kind of traditional Web3 digital asset native who may want maybe a more aggressive return?
So the way that we have been thinking about this is that for a lot of this particular builder, right, this affordable housing builder, they need loans to cover the pre-development costs, right? So permitting costs, attorney's fees, zoning issues, construction costs. It's very difficult and expensive to get loans in the private credit market for those costs. So our idea is that if we can lower the cost of borrowing for them, we can speed up the time of deployment. That the yield then comes right back to the investor. We're aiming for about 8 to 10% yield in an 6 to 18th month period. So it's better than all of your other traditional investment vehicles that are currently on the market, and it gives you a way then to use your crypto to then get that yield. Bessa, do you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, I mean, a question you can ask is why our target capital for affordable housing, right? For the mortgage market, you have a secondary market, mortgage-backed securities, which helps financial institutions like banks who give out the mortgages to give out more loans, right? When Fannie Mac, Freddie something, buys those loans, right? And so tackling the housing pricing crisis is not just a demand side, which is what that is. You have to look at it from a supply point of view, which is what we've been talking about, which is it's important, right? It's not enough to drive down the prices of houses that are already existing in the market. You must use some kind of financial vehicles that will onboard new financial investors, right? You talk about democratizing finance, right? That will also give capital access in a transparent, quicker manner with smart contracts, hopefully, to builders, yeah.
So when talking about onboarding, new investors and just new people in general to Web3 and crypto, we're talking about affordable housing and workforce housing. I mean, it can't be easy to convince a real estate developer who doesn't really know anything about this world, to come and play and to be interested, right? To align incentives with interests enough so that they'd actually want to participate, not just buy a meme coin, but actually be an active participant. And therefore also onboard the next millions of people to this space because there's more in it for them, as well as billions of dollars of new capital. So what's it been like so far, talking to folks in real estate who have no awareness of this space really beyond just like Bitcoin and Ethereum?
Yeah, I mean, I can speak to that. I work with a community group, a nonprofit that has a for-profit arm that buys homes, rehabilitates them, and rents them to immigrant and newcomer families when they move to my city, which happens to be Cleveland, Ohio, and when they know that I've been in crypto for the last few years, and when I talk to them about the potential for borrowing this way, that, there's this platform and you fill out an application, it goes through a vetting process, we deploy the capital to you that you can then pay the construction fees, or you can pay the builders, or, whatever. They're just like, okay, I know you, I trust you. This is a way for me to get dollars, and you'll walk me through the process and show me how to do it. And they're like, okay. It has been the easiest crypto sell I have ever made in my entire life. I can't tell you. This has been so much easier to really talk to builders who are in the trenches every day trying to house people. I mean, really trying to house people. And if there's a way that they can get access to affordable credit that they will pay back, I mean, these are not like grifters who are gonna run away with this money. I mean, these are community leaders who are, managing 10, 20, 50 housing unit projects at a time. They're embedded. They have a responsibility to the community that they serve. And so in terms of a risk mitigation profile, this is a perfect kind of borrower for a stablecoin backed investor like, the people here at this conference. So out of all the things that I have tried to get people to do in Web3, this has been by far the easiest.
Okay, we got 20 seconds. So if there's one thing that you wish we would have covered but we didn't, what would it be? What's your takeaway that you would like to leave the crowd with?
Consider privacy and encryption very much seriously. The trade-offs between TEs, zero-knowledge proofs, and different kinds of rollups, and incorporating them in your projects. In our project, I think that's something we should consider as well.
And si se puede. We can. This is our community. These are our tools. We can use them as we wish to build the kind of world we want.
Thank you for listening. Thank you for coming. Have a good day.
All right, guys, what an amazing day full of panels. I just want to thank you all for, being here. I would like to remind you all that we will have Fee Sullivan out at 5 p.m. doing an amazing DJ set. But for now, I want you guys to stick around for this fireside chat by Representative Harriet Hageman, as well as the moderator, Caitlin Long. Please give it up for them, guys.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. All right, I think we're pretty close to the wrap-up of another ETHDenver, the 9th ETHDenver, and I'm really thrilled to have Harriet Hageman, who is Wyoming's Congresswoman and will almost certainly be Wyoming's next U.S. Senator, stepping into some very big shoes for Senator Lummis, who announced earlier this year that she's retiring. And we will miss her, but I am thrilled to have Representative Hageman here to talk about how she can pick up the legacy of Senator Lummis in D.C. for what Wyoming has done. And for those who don't know, John Powler has helped our event in Wyoming at the University of Wyoming. We've kind of worked together the whole time. And we're at number 9 this year, so he started ETHDenver a year before we started our event up in Wyoming. So there's a deep connection. But Representative Hageman, tell us your background in land use and energy use, because this industry cares a lot about the energy industry.
So Caitlin, it's wonderful to be on the stage with you today and to be at this event. These are exciting things that are happening in this industry and in the related industries right now. You've definitely been at the forefront of this. I've learned from you over the years, and I'm very proud to continue to work with you. I am a water and natural resource and constitutional attorney, but a lot of the work that I have done is dealing with private property rights, dealing with federal issues, and the energy side of things, working for oil and gas companies, and then also as Wyoming's lone representative in the House of Representatives. Clearly, I deal with energy issues all the time. And yes, this is an incredibly important issue for AI, for the future of this technology, because we've got to have sufficient energy to be able to power what we need in order to tap into the resources and power this industry.
And Wyoming has a pretty big data center industry because of our proximity to bandwidth, which we don't care that much about in this industry per se, although as crypto and AI start to merge and converge with agentic payments, I think we will care about bandwidth and low latency a lot more. But talk a little bit about what Wyoming can do in bringing behind the meter energy to help power our needs.
And I think that that's why you probably focused on being from Wyoming, but also focused on Wyoming, recognizing that we're one of the top energy producers in the entire nation. We are the top coal producer in the nation. We roughly about 250 million tons a year. The next state is West Virginia. They're at about 125 million tons. So we're double what the next state produces. We're one of the largest oil and gas producers in the nation. And we're also, right now, we are the largest in terms of uranium. So we have nuclear energy, as you know. We have the new Natrium site that we're building over near Kemmerer in western Wyoming, really being at the forefront of the next generation of nuclear energy. And Wyoming, we're cool, which helps. I know that that makes a difference for data centers, but we also have the access to the grid. And I do believe that our leaders in Wyoming have been pretty effective at trying to predict the future and understand what our energy demands are going to be and trying to meet those. And then I also love the idea. I have worked with REAs, Rural Electric Associations, for years because I also used to do a lot of ag work representing farmers and ranchers in the irrigation context. And that can also be an energy intensive industry because of the center pivots. So we've always had somewhat of a challenge of providing affordable energy to our farmers and ranchers and other small businesses. Bringing AI, the data centers in, bringing AI in, I think is going to allow us to actually shore up our REAs to be able to do additional work on their infrastructure to bring us into the next century, to make sure that we have access to these resources into the long distant future.
So let's talk about nuclear, because there are definitely people working to put nuclear power in Wyoming, which is the least, it's the most sparsely populated state when you look at the per per acre of people. And so that's a place where naturally there would be a desire on the part of some folks to put the nuclear plants. What have you been doing to speed up permitting to try to bring even more power production into Wyoming?
Well, there's a couple of different things. President Trump signed an executive order in May of last year titled Reinvigorating the Nuclear Industrial Base to Jumpstart America's Nuclear Energy Industrial Base. In November, and this is something that I'd advocated for quite some time, uranium was reinstated to the federal list of critical minerals. It had previously been on the list, but it was taken off by the prior administration. We used to source about 1/2 of our uranium from Russia and Russian allies but in 2024, we banned the import of uranium from Russia, which really fundamentally changes the game in terms of being able to access the resources that we need. But Wyoming has been America's top uranium producer for at least 15 years now, and 5 of the nation's 6 uranium production facilities last quarter are in the state of Wyoming. One of the things that we've been doing and working on, especially within the Natural Resource Committee, which is the committee that I am a member of, is permitting reform across the board. Whether it is building out more in terms of our grid or providing access to the other infrastructure that we need to advance into the next century, we're doing permitting reforms so that AI, that our various industries, our data centers are able to construct more quickly while at the same time protecting our environment and our communities. But to streamline the permitting on a federal level, especially with a state like Wyoming or even Colorado, where we have a lot of federal lands and have to cross federal lands with our infrastructure, speeding up that infrastructure, speeding up the permitting so that we can get that done on a timely basis.
And one last topic on energy, because I know that you're so passionate about that topic. There are a lot of folks worried with AI about affordability and the impact on retail power prices and the utility bills that all of us pay. Where's the balancing act?
So I think that that's absolutely a legitimate concern and one that has been brought to me by quite a few different industry groups. They're afraid of the competition that is going to be created because obviously with these data centers, you're potentially bringing substantial monetary resources into these communities who could essentially outbid anybody else. And that's why I think, and why I mentioned the REAs a moment ago, is that I think that this is something where by being innovative, by thinking outside the box, by thinking about ways in which to marry the data centers with the needs of the communities, we can actually help our local rural electric companies, our REAs, and even the Black Hills in Cheyenne, Wyoming, to build out what they need to by having the data centers fund that because they do have the financial resources to do so. So again, I'm hoping through various partnerships, we'll actually be able to improve the grid, improve the availability of affordable energy without impacting our traditional industries.
Let's pivot now and talk a little bit about privacy. You've been an outspoken critic of central bank digital currencies, which is a topic that everybody in this room cares about, and privacy is a topic that most of us care about. There have been a number of, especially under the prior regime, court cases against software developers who wrote code, and the financial surveillance state has been cranked up. How, when you get to the Senate, are you going to work on blocking the more overreach on that?
So one of the areas that I've worked on in the constitutional space relates to both freedom of speech as well as privacy. And I think that those are not necessarily two sides to the same coin, but they're definitely related to each other. And I think over the last several years, I've been extremely troubled. And we did a lot of work on this in the Judiciary Committee, looking at ways in which our government has been spying on us. We've all heard about the Twitter files. We have heard not only spying upon us, but also then attempting to block us from being able to communicate. And I'm pretty much a First Amendment absolutist. The First Amendment says what it says. We have freedom of speech. The government doesn't get to dictate what we say, how we say it, true or not. That there is, in my book, there isn't this concept of misinformation or disinformation. It is the marketplace of ideas that will ferret that out so that we can learn what is true and what is not true. So there's a couple of things that I have looked at in this space. And in the freedom of speech area, Right now, it is very difficult to be able to sue the federal government for violating one of our 5 tenets of the First Amendment: freedom of speech, freedom of religion, to peaceably assemble, petition our government for redress, and the press. And so I have introduced the First Amendment Accountability Act. And what that would do is it would allow individuals to sue the federal government if they violate one of your First Amendment rights. You could get monetary damages, an injunction, and attorney's fees. And I think that that makes this effort at censorship much higher risk for the federal government, so there's accountability there. The other side of that, and I think it's something that needs to be discussed in your industry, and you know a lot more about this than I do, but the idea of sunsets on some of the legislation that we pass. And I say that because, and I'll give you another example of where I believe that our federal government definitely overreached. The FISA court, you probably all heard about the FISA court several years ago. We know that the administration was spying on the Trump candidacy before he was elected in 2016. And under FISA, there was a lot of abuse. The FBI and other federal agencies were spying on American citizens. So the fortunate thing is that FISA had a sunset clause that we had to either reauthorize it after 5 years or it would go away entirely. So 2 years ago, through the Judiciary Committee, we did substantial reform of Section 702 of FISA to make it much more difficult for our government to spy on us. And then we put a 2-year sunset on it so that we have to take this back up in March. What that does is it makes sure that we can control and keep the government in check in terms of their abuse of power against the American citizens. I bring that up in part because of the topic we're talking about, but also because in the technology arena, in what you are doing, things are moving at the speed of light right now. I mean, the yes. Technological advances and changes are moving at the speed of light. I don't know what the lay of the land is going to be 5 years from now. I'm very uncomfortable with us adopting legislation on a particular issue related to, buying and selling or whatever the particular topic might be, hardwiring that in, and then as technology changes, making it very difficult for us to come back in and fix it. If we put sunsets on our technology type of legislation, it allows us to work with the industry on a very robust way to make sure that we are not creating problems for your industry, stifling innovation, preventing you from advancing, at the same time that we're making sure that we are an active partner and we're limiting the overreach of administrative agencies.
Yeah, we had a robust conversation after lunch today about the sunsetting issue. In this industry, obviously, we've watched government power be weaponized against us at the SEC, against software developers and projects in this space who tried to figure out how to comply with the law and literally couldn't. And then so many of us lost our bank accounts just simply for being involved in this industry or, transferring money from a crypto exchange back to their bank account. And so one of the problems we just got one piece of legislation through, right? We got the stablecoin bill through, and now the Clarity Act is on tap. And our concern, of course, would be that if the Elizabeth Warren of the wing of the Democratic Party gets control again, they'll just reverse it all. So that's one of the hard parts about the hard-won gains that we've had under the Trump administration is that we're trying very hard to get them through Congress so that they're durable. How do you weigh the balance of having to, if you were to put a 2-year sunset or a 5-year sunset on the Genius Act or the Clarity Act, if Congress had to reopen all of that again in a few years?
Because your industry builds up and has created its own ecospace, I guess you'd say. This industry is too important for everybody to say, well, 4 years from now, we have a sunset on a particular piece of legislation, and therefore we're just simply going to let it go by the wayside. The pressure is too intense for that to happen. Even with Section 702 of FISA, which I voted against, and I voted against it because even with the changes we made, I still had concerns about some of the privacy issues under the Fourth Amendment to the United States Constitution. That doesn't mean that I don't think that we we made some huge advancements, and it ultimately passed. And it was probably a good thing that it did. But there was a lot of pressure to bear on passing it. We brought the pressure to bear to reform it. And I think that if you've got people who are working in good faith and recognize the significance and importance of the industry, there is going to be the momentum to make the changes. And the reason I say this is because I know, and you and I have talked about this before, as this industry has grown up and become an adult, there has been an effort by some to try to force you into a paradigm that doesn't make sense. Well, we look at the statutes from the 1930s. We look at the statutes from the 1980s. Well, none of this existed in the 30s and the 80s. How do we retrofit laws for securities, for controlling or overseeing securities or banking from 80 years ago or from 50 years ago for something that is entirely constructed differently? So we're all walking into this together, trying to figure out how to create a framework that protects the consumers, protects our economy, protects your businesses, protects each of you individually, at the same time that we don't stifle innovation. And that's why I think from the standpoint of having sunsets, it still gives us the opportunity to revisit what we need to, but work with the experts in the field. Because I'm not an expert. I'm not that person. I'm not that man. I'm a water and natural resource attorney. I'm a constitutional attorney. I'm a member of Congress. I don't know what you know. I need you to help me to learn that. But that is also in part how we draft the legislation together.
Well, thank you. You can hear the passion for the First Amendment and the Fourth Amendment in what you just talked about because of your constitutional background. And I think there would be a lot of support from this community for you on those issues. We've watched our fellow friends and frankly, software developers go to jail for writing code that somebody else used to commit a crime. And Wyoming exempts that. It protects software as speech. There's a law that got passed in the Wyoming legislature in 2019, I think, that protects software developers from being criminally prosecuted if someone else uses your code to commit a crime. And there are exceptions, of course, for if the software developer wrote the code maliciously, then of course they can be prosecuted. But the overreach that we've faced in this industry is stunning. Let's close by the conversation that you and I just had about how your idea of putting sunsets in legislation will take power away from the administrative state, which has morphed its power so often to grab jurisdiction that Congress never intended it to give.
So that's probably the other aspect of what I did for several decades as a regulatory attorney, a constitutional attorney, was looking at the ways in which regulatory agencies exceeded their authority and exceeded their statutory authorization simply by reinterpreting or reapplying or deciding something different than what the statute said or applying a particular statute in a unique way. What happens with sunsets is, to the extent that we then go back in and we change that law, whatever regulations have been created based upon the previous statutes, such as Section 702 of FISA, those regulations will no longer have any force and effect because they don't have a legal statutory foundation for them. So that's what's also important, is it forces Congress to do its job of being the legislative branch, making sure that we are consistently revisiting the issues that are important to our citizens and our constituency.
Well, thank you. We're out of time. You see why I have endorsed Representative Hageman for the Senate seat. I think she'll be a good advocate for our industry, for the foundational issues that we really care about once she gets into the Senate. So welcome. Thank you very much for coming to ETHDenver.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.